What's going on, everybody? This is Brent0331. Appreciate you guys tuning in today. So today marks the 20th anniversary of the initial invasion into Iraq back in 2003, March 20th. And I've assembled a panel of warfighters from Bravo Company, 1st Battalion, 4th Marines, the devil dogs I went down range with. So I got a vast array of guys with me on this panel tonight. And we just thought it'd be a great opportunity. Hey, 20-year reunion, and just share some sea stories on our experiences during that initial push into Iraq to topple the regime of Saddam Hussein. So I'm going to go around and just introduce the guys on the panel tonight. So first and foremost, got my good buddy Nathan Schomer. He was a PFC during the invasion, right? Maybe a second award, I don't recall, but Nate is he was an 0331 machine gunner. Abra. Definitely slung some lead down range. And Nate's got his own YouTube channel, some dog thing. What is it called?
It's just my name. I kept it simple, Nate Schomer.
All right. So our next panelist, we got Sergeant Major Archibald, United States Marine Corps, retired. He was our company first sergeant during the initial invasion in 2003. And if you guys haven't seen it, last month, I believe, we published a pretty in-depth timeline of the initial invasion with Bravo 1-4. And Sergeant Major Archibald, being the company first sergeant at the time, kept more detailed notes than any one of us ever kept. But because he was the company first sergeant at the time, he definitely kept a lot of notes. And thanks to him, he put it all into a single document, and we were able to go through and review all that. So, Sergeant Major Archibald, thanks for jumping on with us tonight.
Oh, again, pleasure. Thanks for the invite. Again, the inspiration for that previous video was you younger guys. And again, I'm probably, 20 years older than you. When you all went, you were 18, 19, 20, sometimes 21. And that was the vast majority of the companies that went with the 1st Marine Regiment. 1-4 being one of those that just we were flooded with new Marines, basically right out of boot camp, right out of SOI. So 6 months in, some of them maybe a little more after specialty school, and they find themselves just months away from getting on ship for the first time and then deploying off to a combat zone. So again, if you get a chance to watch that video, maybe we'll cover some of that tonight, but it covers a timeline. And again, each person's experience is a little bit different, even though we went through the same events. And that's the fog of war and information war, because the more you keep yourself informed and away from rumors, all that other stuff. But again, a tribute to you guys.
Awesome. Well, we'd love to have you. All right, next war fighter. Got the legendary Micah Friedman. Micah, were you a PFC or a Lance Corporal during the push?
During the push, I am not even joking. I found out I was a Lance Corporal at my first NJP when all the paperwork that was being performed, I kept writing PFC, and they're like, "Hey, dickhead, write Lance Corporal." And I'm like, why am I writing Lance? I'm like, oh, I got promoted. Good for me. I actually even kept it too, because it could have ended up where it would have been funny if I got it and got it pulled away that exact same occasion. That would have been interesting. But I found out I was a Lance Corporal at the pistol factory when I got NJP.
Outstanding. And Micah was an 0311 during the initial push, and then when we went back in OIF2, you were attached to the machine gun section. So you pretty much cross-trained, right?
I had so much fun after OIF1 that they decided that first platoon needed to spread out a little bit, and myself and Davis came over to the machine gun section over with 1-4 Bravo 1-4 for OIF2.
Awesome. Well, thanks for jumping on tonight, brother.
Hey, no problem, man.
All right, our next war fighter, another 0311 rifleman. We got Zane Fisher. Awesome.
Chill.
And if you guys haven't seen it, all these guys I've introduced so far, I've done an interview with warfighter episode. So if you want to learn about their respective history and what sparked in them to join the United States Marine Corps and go down range, Be sure to check out those interviews. So I do have one more guy I'm counting on coming in. I saw him pop into the lobby, but he popped out. I think he was having some comm troubles. But these guys don't know who he is. So I'm kind of keeping that a secret. Actually, he just jumped in. Here we go. And I'm actually going to pull it out so that everybody can see this warfighter, because these guys don't know that he was coming on yet. The man, the myth, the legend, Adam Swarzy.
Oh, shit.
So Adam was an 03-51 assaultman during the initial invasion, Bravo 1-4. And he went on to do big and great things, guys. He became a naval officer. And I don't know, can we even talk about it, Schwarty? You're kind of a man of mystery right now, you know? Uh-oh.
I go.
Are you
They
there?
cut his feed.
Brother.
Well, welcome aboard.
A little bit, man. Your connection's not the greatest, but you know, it's probably
I
the
apologize.
CIA.
I'm in a hotel here, so I apologize. Not responsible for my normal. The Wi-Fi's are not strong in me right now. Are my good AV now, or should I at least turn on the camera?
Yeah, your comm. Unfortunately, your comms aren't the greatest, brother. So I don't know if you got some, you know, adult entertainment stuff running in the background. You might want to try shutting that down. Anyways, I'm gonna open up the floor and you know,
It's
let's
that Ukrainian Wi-Fi, man. Ukrainian Wi-Fi.
Why don't you put that picture back up there for the one from the cigarette factory?
1 second.
And can I make a suggestion? Can we start with Sergeant Major Archibald, since he has the big picture, and then we can kind of go into the detail as he elaborates on the big picture for us?
Yeah, we can do that.
As you see in this picture here, that's a company assembled. I think we were missing some of the folks too. There were some trackers in there on the sides. Whatever attachments were with us that still remain there. That was probably April 9th, 10th in Baghdad, somewhere around there, before we ended up getting our NBC showers and heading back over to, we went south to Hill on the 20th. So we were in Baghdad for about 10 days, maybe 11 days. We entered on the 8th, or actually the 7th, but we hit the heavy opposition on the 8th, and then that's when we ended up moving into Saddam City, which actually we had the better deal in the 5th Marines to the south and 7th Marines to the east. You know, because that was just the way Saddam treated them. They were actually happy to see us. So that was another way to do it. You know, the overall picture is, let's go back 2002, right? Yeah, you see some of those pictures, how young you were. Look at you know, what can you say to that? 18, 19, there's some hard men there too. They learned some valuable lessons in life real quick, the hard way. But they went through this. This was their first year in the Marine Corps. And we ended up spending 10 months in Iraq totally as a company. From that doesn't include the time on ship as well, or it doesn't include the 45 days on ship. So we weren't involved in the combat ops. Most of it was security and stabilization ops after that, up until we did guard at Babylon. We moved to Hilla, where we established the pistol factory compound. We did a couple other platoon-sized compounds, but we ended up getting assigned the division guard at Babylon, and that's where we ended up rotating around most of the remainder of that tour after going on the push up through Nasiriyah, you know, up towards Route 7, splitting off 17, and continue to head north. If you look at the map, I provided a lot of information on the day-to-day routes we moved and what directions and what routes we were on, and kind of opposition we faced, and how the performance went. Basically, remember, I had to sort out a lot of the awards and a lot of the, unfortunately, a lot of the lost gear statements and stuff like that. That's where a lot of the NJPs come from, with the lost gear statements, or in Friedman's case, I don't even know, alcohol or who, whatever. You know, I'm not judging anybody, but that's the way. You know, you're a grunt, and that's the way this stuff goes. I mean, we all faced it, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for smarter men than me that had vision. So that's kind of what we saw too. We had a very young crew. Man, 2002. I got there in July, August timeframe. I left Fort Sill as an instructor in the gunnery department, and then became a first sergeant, and then moved in to Bravo Company. And when I got there, it said I had almost 200 men on the roster, but I could only muster like 40 because everybody else was doled out to CAP or the camp assistance program, or to the rifle range, or to other tasks that other regiments couldn't do because they were preparing for war, that kind of scenario. So because 1-4 just got back from deployment, they were in that post-rotation cycle, losing people because they had went to Westpac, Afghanistan, and then came back, and then basically the entire company just kind of disappeared with a small cadre of staff NCOs and NCOs that stayed there, but there wasn't that many. I mean, when we got on ship, we were very, very, very young company. I think the average age was about 22 or 23, maybe if that. And I was an old guy at 40, 41. So the accomplishment that was done, remember that 45 days on ship that we ended up doing, because with the 5th and 7th Marines, their gear, they got flown over, and they met up with pre-positioned supplies, right? What they used to call it, the strategic pre-positioning gear. And so they offloaded that gear, and they used it for exercises in Kuwait and other places. But they ended up offloading and matching up a lot of that gear, where we ended up having the whole entire regiment have to get on amphib and taking a slow roll overseas, which for you was, I can almost guarantee, was your first time on a big ship like that. And it definitely wasn't a cruise ship. Any comments on so far?
Yeah, I was gonna say, when we landed in Kuwait, I believe it was February 27th was when we got off ship, and then we were in Kuwait until we pushed into Iraq. And I remember the feeling that a lot of people had was that this was not going to happen. We were just going to be in Kuwait. Things were going to be called off. Everyone was going to go home. But of course, suddenly, the night before we pushed in, we get word that we're crossing the line of departure into Iraq to push into that invasion. Now, I'm kind of curious what everyone felt looking back on it now, that feeling that you had getting ready to cross over, the fog of war, not knowing what you're entering into. I remember seeing deep in the horizon, we can see lights glowing in the distance, as if that was combat we were going to be going towards, in a sense. And the feeling that everyone had. For me, it was, of course, I was nervous. I was anxious. I was worried I was going to mess something up. I was worried about getting in trouble because I was always getting in trouble. So that kind of became part of my routine. But I'm curious how everyone else felt, especially your perspective, Sergeant Major Archibald, since that's much different from ours, being the Lance Corporals and the Private First Class, being in that senior position and leading troops into combat, what that had to feel like.
It wasn't my first experience, but it was a different experience because I was an artilleryman, fire direction controlman. So that was different from my first combat experience in Desert Storm. But having been successful after that, I ended up going to DI school and did the whole career path thing as a Marine. Ended up being a first sergeant and ended up, as I expected, to be in where the fight is, where most of us expect to be, right? And that's what you're there for. And when it came about, I didn't realize that, again, I was totally, the reasons we went there, often I don't want to get into politics of things, but, when you're living in a life cycle that is constant and it's within the system and it works and trains and does things, we were an effective unit. We were a very effective unit when we ended up putting everything together. But it was just a hard start to get there, putting the pieces together, because we had, we had 4 or 5 straight SOI classes dumped into the company. So right out of the School of Infantry, the basic infantry course, you end up getting some machine gun training or mortar training, and then you end up getting pushed out to your battalion. And that's what happened to us, was we lost so many people after the previous deployment. The rest of them a lot of people went to 5th Marines and 7th Marines thinking they would be so they ended up flying over. We lost those folks, and then we ended up getting the dumps out of school where I think we had 5 staff NCOs at the time and maybe 20 NCOs, and only about 8 of those were sergeants. So we were really, when you look at things, when you're intaking 125, 130 new Marines, usually Lance Corporals and below, because you don't come out of SOI as a corporal unless you're one of those privileged elite contract signees, right? You don't come out of SOI as a corporal unless you were working there as an instructor, which is more than welcome. Believe me, after pushing troops after a while, you start to realize the effectiveness of what that is. So when everybody got start dumping into the schools or into the battalion, then we also had to clean the rolls. Remember, there's a few deserters and a few other folks that just didn't want to play the game. And that's just the way it goes. It goes like that on every deployment. Never mind that one. It was really no different. But we cleaned that up, and we ended up pushing forward. Remember, Colonel had a plan for the training he expected the companies to do. We still had to be ready to get on ships, so we had to train you for that. We had to train you how to work with tracks, how to patrol, how to toughen your bodies, all that kind of stuff. And remember all the hills, NBC gear and hills. NBC gear and hills.
You know, Sergeant Major got me remembering. Sergeant Major's got me remembering when I checked in, actually, and I remember first sergeant. My first impression was this wasn't the worst first sergeant I had, because there was mean ones at boot camp and SOI, but it was such a go rope that the whole group of us, we had graduated from SOI. We got off the bus. It was literally December 2002 when we checked into 1-4. January, we were on the boat. February, we were in Kuwait. March, the war started. So it was December. It was a December, and it was nighttime. We had all just got there from the East Coast, like a whole bunch of us, lost his shit, moving around Pendleton all day. And you were by the smoke pit, and you were gathering us up, and you had said something to me, and it was so dark, and I couldn't see your collar. It was all black, and I just knew you were older and higher ranking than me. I could think to say was, I'm sorry, whatever your rank is. I know you're higher ranking than me, but I can't see what it is, and I apologize for not addressing you. You're like, don't worry about it, like it is. You're like it's a new group or whatever. Like, and then people were telling us, like, don't even unpack boots. Like, we're getting on a boat. We're going to war. I was like, this is interesting.
Yeah, you showed up late. I don't know if you remember. That's each first sergeant had a red bench outside their office. When I ended up going over to the headquarters on the 1-4 on OIF2, and then after that, waiting orders because I got selected for sergeant major. I ended up going to headquarters regiment, and I ended up cleaning the rolls there. They had 900 plus excess Marines they couldn't account for, so we ended up cleaning the rolls. I showed the staff how to call their local sheriff and police and ask for assistance on deserters, and we started cleaning things up. And the staff that would help me out cleaned a lot of that up. And that's that they gave me this as a going away gift, was the red bench, because I had 5 of these outside of my office at regiment. That's how and most of those were court martials or quick NJPs and discharged, because they'd been gone for 9 months, a year, so we were just cleaning paperwork at that point. So that's the way it went.
Yeah, not to jump too far ahead, but I remember 2 guys that went on OIF1 with us, and we came back, and then they just went boop. They took off. They just never came back. Well, one of them got caught and got brought back, but I'm just like, man, how could those dudes go through the whole? Go ahead, Micah.
There's such a delay with my computer, and I don't know what the deal is. I remember there was 2 guys we literally got in the tent almost the night before the invasion, where you're like, by the way, just in case you thought you were the last boot drop, there are literally 2 more, or we got like a handful of more kids where they're like, and his like was setting up his stuff next to me or whatever. I was like, he's like, what's going on? I'm like, I'm pretty sure we're going to Iraq tomorrow, but like, welcome to the unit, bro. Like,
Yeah, you were, I kind of felt sorry for you because after the summer dumps and the training we had gone through, you guys that showed up really late really got not necessarily from staff NCOs, but and the senior NCOs, but you guys from your peers, you guys got treated, pretty rudely. Like, oh shit, can I trust him? It was that kind of thing, and that's where you build that trust process. And but that was again another thing we had because there was a lot of tension going on. NCOs learning how to be NCOs without really, a lot of help and support because everybody else was so busy doing everything else. I mean, we always gave the NCO support, but at the same time, it was a monumental task. There's so many new Marines. You're willing and compliant. That was the only thing is, you would follow orders. And as long as we explained them a lot of times, you would understand why we're issuing them. And that's what a lot of Marines, people don't understand about Marines. We always ask the question, why? Why am I doing this stupid shit? Why do you got me doing this stupid shit? Right? Believe me, it's at every level. It's not just private to POC and Lance Corporal. It's at every, we don't want any stupid shit. Why are we putting people through this? So we try to keep the training and the nonsense down to a minimum. But if you're living in the barracks, you can't escape it. That's just the way it is.
I want to go back to Nate's point that he was trying to make earlier about like how we felt before the invasion. Like I absolutely remember, and it was almost like a scene in a movie because first we got this big regimental talking to from the general, and we're trying to figure this out. Maybe you can help us with this. Sergeant Major Archibald, is that General Mattis up there on that track?
It is.
Awesome.
I couldn't tell you exactly when that was taken.
Yeah, that was before the invasion. They had the whole regiment out there, and that was when he's like, "Don't worry, Marines, as you're going in, Marine Air's got your back." The Harriers, and puts his hands up, and the Harriers come right over his head, and everybody's like, "Holy shit!" And he's like, "Don't forget about the Cobras," and then they come flying in. It's like, "Holy crap!" Like no one's gonna believe this ever happened. Yeah. But then there was that moment, and then when we pushed out and we put, I'm pretty sure we had.
Hey, Brent, don't forget about his questions and answers.
You'll have to fill us in on that. But
that same formation after the two shows of Hollywood Shores of Folks are perfectly timed. He has the big reveal. He's like, "We're going to war," and then he's like, "Questions," pin drop, and then perfect general. Well, I'm not leaving till 2 people at least ask questions, and some Lance Criminal stands up from the back like shaking his boots. We hear that they're using civilians as human shields. What do you have to say about that? They'll move.
Yeah, I see a question in the chat. It says, "Are sergeant majors required to carry a rifle? If so, do you have a choice? And what size rifle?" And well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're a Marine. You're going to carry a weapon. I mean, you can that first photo you showed at the cigarette factory. That was me in front with my back turned taking the pictures, and you see all the gear I carried. I mean, I didn't carry my radio wasn't there, but you saw the one on in April. I'm carrying an M16. I've got a 9mm, a couple smoke grenades, a radio, because the radio is more important than the rifle. And I've got 200 Marines with 12 tracks and a little bit of anger worked up. I mean, what do you want me to carry? And as far as picking the rifle, that at that time, our armory wasn't stacked like it was after we got back. I mean, that was we had a lot of leftover Cold War stuff that still was making the rounds, where a lot of this high-speed gear wasn't out and about yet, where we had to make do with what we had. And as far as the armory goes, I was a senior enlisted, so I got the last rifle, regardless of state. they didn't assign rifles that way. So I finally got a rifle, got to zero it in on ship, and I couldn't hit a damn thing with it. Honestly.
Archie,
It was,
just
it
out of
was
curiosity,
just as bad as an AK.
what happened to that photo you took? Because the only one I've ever seen is the one where it's like behind you taking the photo. What happened to the actual photo that you took?
Oh, I got them on disc somewhere. I've been looking all over for them. I got them on. I've got hundreds of these little. Anyways, I gotta find that one. I don't know where that digital, because I was one of the. We had talked about that on the first interview, was carrying a digital camera. That was one of the first ones that came out. Yeah, that's there waiting for Staff Sergeant Lee to load weapons platoon. I remember that look. Only he could draw that look out of me. No,
there's your M16 right there.
yeah, but like I said, you see the squad radio on my shoulder, and I've got a 119 on my back. I'm locked into the call for fire net and the attack nets, which I can flip pretty easy, and I can still monitor platoon nets. So, and I was in the last track of the column, so I was tailing Charlie with a couple gunners back there. So we worked out pretty well. I mean, with that rifle, was, like I said, it was. I wasn't comfortable with it. I mean, I like weapons, and I own a lot of weapons, but not. Like I said, I got to zero on ship, and I didn't have any confidence in it. That's what I mean by it was a good weapon. It held together. It fired reliably. Never jammed on me. But like I said, anything over 200 yards was pointless.
Now that photo made me think about the distinct difference from what it's like living through the invasion in comparison to when we were occupying and doing operations within being in country. The invasion, those first 40 days, it was roughly 40 days, right? For the push, where we're living inside of those Amtraks day and night, having to
just a note. Yesterday was March 19th, which is the start of the 40 days of sacrifice for the Saturnists. So you connect your own dots, how you want to look at things. But I thought that was an interesting side note, footnote, that, we invade Iraq at the beginning of the 40 days of sacrifice.
And those 40 days, we didn't see as much fighting during those 40 days as a lot of you saw when we went back the second time, right, thinking about the battle in Najaf Cemetery and some of the other conflicts that we had during that second deployment. But what made the push and the invasion so difficult was the way of life and how we had to live every single day, not getting any sleep. When we had to stop, we had to dig our fighting holes, and still we weren't getting very much sleep. Limited amount of gear to protect us from the cold, because when we first pushed in, it was really cold in that part of the desert until we pushed a little bit more north. So what did everyone else here think during the invasion? What were some of the things going through your mind? I remember talking about, getting back and eating gummy bears. I don't know why, but I remember at some point I was talking to somebody about how great it's going to be to eat gummy bears again, or thinking about those home cooked meals. What are some of the things that you guys thought about while we were doing that push, that day in and day out, of the suffering of being in that sort of environment, in that situation, not knowing when it's going to end or when we're going to find a secure location, which I believe the first location was the pistol factory?
What's interesting about the push is, like, over the years, people have posted like, oh, I can't believe it's been 5 years since we invaded Iraq, and the years go by. And when people started posting it, I was like starting to take notice of the dates and starting to read on Wikipedia what it said was the date when and then it turns out there was an air campaign and a ground campaign. I remember, what was confusing as shit is I marked time by Davis's birthday was St. Patrick's Day. And, and we headed out there around that time. And there was that road, like, as I was listening to your interview with Sergeant Major, like, I remember, didn't we like drive back and forth and like, because we were like fake out, when are we going to cross? You don't know. Like, I feel like we were in a track for 3 fucking days. There was like 3 days of my life unaccounted for in a track on the Iraqi border, digging holes and actually doing the gas mask drills that I had trained on, because fucking at some point in time, lightning. And I was thinking about is they named something phase line lightning as I was thinking about this, because I fucking, as the unmasker, things come to my mind. I'm like, maybe it wasn't a super good idea to call a phase line lightning when your code word to fucking mop up because a scud attack is also lightning. Maybe you should use two different words just in case there's any confusion for the person that's going to take, I don't know, whatever division or higher up was thinking. When I know it wasn't you, Sergeant Major. I know that plan.
Yeah, you gotta remember by the time
people name shit after their kid.
Oh, sorry, quit. I was going to say, remember by the time we got off, our amphibs got to Kuwait and started to offload. Remember, we had we had tracks, we had some of our Humvees with us, we had our CAT teams, you had LAVs, you had a lot of as part of the regiment pushing over. So by the time we got to offload, I don't know what time. I just went from when I offloaded. I was the last Marine off from the company off ship on the last helicopter, and I ended up getting there on March 18th at just after I think 1 p.m. or something like that. And then that's where the documentation started on the Thomas Guide. From there, from LZ, what was it? Right there in Kuwait, we started pushing forward. Which you're right, that was the 18th. We started matching up with tracks within hours, and we started moving out later that afternoon. And we didn't move very far, probably maybe 3 miles, and we ended up pulling over, stopping for the night, and then same thing next day, creeped a few miles, pulled into another herringbone, stood around, blah blah blah, and then moved up a couple more times like that until finally we started getting into our lanes, and that's where, remember that they started launching scuds and frogs and to move the timeline up, and that's where 7th Marines moved in early, and they captured the airfields in the high ground off to the east, and then 5th Marines started moving to the west already, and then we followed 5th Marines up to Nasiriyah, where we Nasiriyah, where we ended up crossing and going on the other side of the river, where 5th and 7th Marines were on the west side. We ended up crossing over and going to the east side. So, but that was a pretty quick process. From the time we landed, we get into a little bit of preparation. That's where we saw General Mattis one of those times, and then moved into our LODs and started, when you put on your mop gear, that's when you know there's no going back at that point. And then we started pushing forward from the LOD from there. And then it was a lot of unimproved roads until we hit Highway 8, I believe it was, heading west. And then we had 3-1 and us in a sweeping motion, as 2 battalions move out, cleaning the area right behind LAR and recon, doing their jobs with helos and A-10s and whatever else was available stacked up there, because they were stacked. You could hear the net, and it was, there's a lot going on.
Now, does anybody know what happened to our supplies when we were pushing in for the invasion and we were cut down to 1 MRE a day for, I think, about a week or so?
If I recall, I feel like we were moving so far and so fast that we were out pushing our own supplies, right? Because I remember at one point the convoys that were in tow were getting hit, and we had to turn around and go back. And I remember one time specifically, we come rolling up on our AVs, and there was Marines underneath the tires of their 7 tons, and they had been taking fire from, I think, a tree line, and we were rolling by, and they're like all cheering us and stuff because we're on air watch, so like we were their salvation, we were their rescue, I guess. But I think that's what happened, is we were moving so far so fast that because the Iraqi army was just crumbling before us, if not from air power, but just the sheer awesomeness of American combined arms, coming down on them. So
yeah, and when we were only getting 1 MRE a day, I think there was a point where I saw Zan eating or just enjoying a little bottle of Tabasco sauce, because that was all you had left. Is my memory correct? Was that you?
Yeah.
And that
I think us did that.
Say again?
I remember you would get the accessory packet as part of your splitting of the MRE.
Yeah, I would go scrounging for those to get the coffee and sugar out of them and tea, because young Marines would throw all that shit away. And that's all I ran off coffee and creamer and tea, man, most of that time, whatever you could.
Who else here dug through the Army's trash? Because there was a point where the Army was just dumping bags of beans and rice, the things that they wouldn't want in the MREs. And when we would stop, we would go through the trash.
Yeah, it was.
And a jackpot would be a handful.
Yeah, that was after about.
I remember that we were actually, kind of starving at one point, but we were scared to eat the humanitarian rations that were in our track. We had literally had like cases of humanitarian rations, and we were starving.
So
I bet you're going to tell the story that I'm telling right now. Is we left the Army base, and a sergeant by the rhymes of Schmandrews had appropriated some, boxes of MREs for us to eat. And then at one point, my squad leader, he's like, "Why are we saving these for other people?" And I think we each were allowed one humanitarian ration after 2 days without any food, and that was like us, take care of the guys.
So
there was, and I understand there was a lot of unknowns too, because we didn't know. Once we went through Nasiriyah, we ended up getting cut off. I mean, basically, we were the bait for the feint going up to Al Qut, and that's where there was no supply chain following us. And we covered this when the 5th and 7th Marines stayed on, I believe it's Route 8 moving north. And then we ended up going up Route 7, I think it's 17. And anyways, crossing the bridge, we ended up getting, they closed the back door on us, and the 5th Marines ended up having some big fights down there even after that. And then we kept going north to push I think it's the 54th Mechanized, whatever it was. It was an armored regiment. We wanted to trap them Al Qut instead of going to Baghdad, where we needed to cross. So we ended up doing that. We ended up doing that feint, but about midway up to Al Qut, 7th Marines was able to do a cross corridor. So we ended up getting some supplies coming across, but not much. It was mostly fuel and ammo. That's what we were getting supplied with. And Gunny Morales, or Sergeant Major Morales, will tell you, we had so much ammo coming out from everywhere. And that's why we didn't have enough, probably water and food properly. But when we saw those resupply points, I saw you guys making deals and scrounging and doing everything you could to get something for the squads. And that's the way NCOs do. So.
Yeah, my fondest memory of those humanitarian MREs is I think it was right outside of Baghdad when we first were able to take the mop suits on and put our our desert camis on. The trackers were throwing these boxes out of the track, and they had humanitarian MREs, the big giant yellow humanitarian MREs. And I think Nate and I were like looking at these like, what the fuck are these? Like, we'd never seen them before. And, we went and asked, like, what are these? And they're like, oh, they're humanitarian MREs. And we're like, for the Iraqis, I was like, we're starving. So we just started destroying those things and rat holding them. That was our first experience. We didn't even know they existed until we got to the outskirts of Baghdad. That's
probably why they hit them with all the nerd assaultments, because they knew the machine gunners wouldn't get no craps about eating them all.
Well, we're the biggest guys, You guys got to remember.
Yeah, I know you got to feed the machine.
Back in our day in SOI, it was like, all right, you're almost 200 pounds or over. You're going to be a machine gunner. You're an average Joe, but you have a little bit higher IQ. You're going to be an assaultman. You're average Joe. You're a freaking rifleman.
Yeah. And you got to remember too, each machine gun team was part of weapons platoon, and it was weapons platoon that dished them out to the platoons. So they're attachments to the platoon commander. They're not part of the platoon. So in a sense, but yet you were. So you had to kind of fit in the entire company as a assaultman and a machine gunner. As an 0311, you're kind of stuck in that same pattern, a platoon size unit for quite a while, where these guys got to float around a little bit based on the task. So, especially when we started doing the stabilization missions, those really changed because who do you want? Do you want the mortarman or your machine gunner? I'll take the machine gunner. That when you're doing those small unit ops like that. But in the big fight, it doesn't really matter because we'll bring it all to bear. And that's another good way to look at it, I guess. I don't know.
Where were we when we made our first contact? Does anyone know? I do recall it was a contact left, at least from the position that we were in. And what I remember very distinctly from this experience was Downing was the gunner. I was the ammo man. We get down in position, and it was like a flashback to when we were training. Because when we were doing those big training operations with the entire company, and I think the company commander, or maybe it was the battalion commander, came down and was praising us for how good our training was going. And we're doing some fire drills, and I look over at Motivated Downing, and he looks at me and he goes, "I can't wait till this is real." And then when we made our first contact, he's sending rounds down range, and he looks at me with the biggest smile on his face. Like his dream just came true to be the real life Rambo in this operation. Does anyone else remember the first contact?
Yeah,
I
remember.
basically-
What was everyone else's experience? Some of you guys who haven't been talking as much.
I remember that we were crammed in those Amtraks. There were so many of us in there. When there was a contact, like I was up under the turret basically. And so by the time everybody got off, I was the last one out of the track. Or if you'd be on air watch, everybody's scrambling as a big clusterfuck to get out of the track, where like the machine gunners, you guys were at the end of the track, it seemed like. And then and it was just that surreal. It wasn't what, it wasn't the what you fantasize about when you were a little kid, like Vietnam or whatever. It was some desert, looked like third world shithole, and then all of a sudden somebody yells contact and everybody stumbles out, gets online and dumps mags. And
That's my point of view right there.
that's kind of where I'm at. We just everybody just did, like you said, like what we trained in Kuwait as a company, and then it all just, we're 18, 19, didn't just went where we were supposed to, and everybody whooped ass and did what they had to do. And no matter how tired or, hungry or dirty or whatever we were, everybody put their ass on the line. And that's how we can have this conversation 20 years later and not seeing each other, and still talk like it was yesterday, like, because we're brothers. And that, like you said, it wasn't the combat of like our second deployment, but it was the shitty environment of the wet, you're fighting hole filling with water one night to a desert, a sandstorm, and just that bond made everything. I don't know. It was one of the best experiences of my Marine Corps career, just to come into that as straight out of SOI, and then here we are on the front. And that first contact though that's all I remember is clusterfuck for me anyway. Like stumbling around, there's ammo cans everywhere. There's people falling off the roof from air watch, and just everybody trying to get some, because you don't know if that's your only opportunity. And after that, it was, that's how
So from the tactical picture, how it unfolded, it was actually just on my left flank. So in the tracks, we were all in a line, and the whole first Mardiv's in a line. It was a couple of machine gun bursts from a small village of homes right on our left. And then, of course, immediate action, all the, the tracks shift lace, as good trackers did, they put, the engine of the machines between us and the contact, and all the 0311s are spilling out. Machine gunners are getting online. Everybody's looking like Downing, foaming at the mouth like devil dogs. And I was on air watch as an assaultman. So I'm watching this whole thing unfold below me as, really the high post, and with a 83 millimeter rocket launcher, I knew I would be more effective on top. So I literally just stayed up on top with my team leader because I was the gunner, which is the junior position. And everybody essentially, I don't think anybody knew where the bad guys had gone at that point. I think that they saw, a whole rifle company getting online. They smartly tucked their tails and ran, and they dipped down. There was some low terrain behind a berm behind the village, and they got out of there. But then that poor town received the unleashing of a whole rifle company on it. And, as we learned later on, when we became more seasoned, you don't really shoot with what we don't want to engage because it's going to draw more fire. So I saw a bunch of those machine gun tracers hitting this one specific house, and then the 0311s were gearing up to try to breach it. So I just stood on top of the track and sent a rocket at the wall so the 11s could make entry. And I don't know if anybody remembers this, but that whole side of the building fell down.
Yeah,
And
I documented it in my that story's in there. Where
so
the wall fell, and then the house was cleared, and then out walks a family of 8.
Yeah, there was a whole family, like all the walls peeled back like an onion, and there's this, father holding his whole family around him. It is a miracle that they all survived that rocket round that literally just cut their house in half, and they walked out of the breach. And thank God they came out. Of 0311s were waiting to get their kill on for the first time. It was a miracle that family survived.
Good. That was good fire discipline at that point when you realize, oh shit. The first one out was a small kid about 7 or 8, and crying, but you could see everything worked. And then a young boy comes out, and then the mother and then the father holding the kid. It was that's what I thought too. I thought it was a miracle that they all lived. And immediately after that, I heard firing on the back of the house again.
Yeah, and that's where the bad guys they slipped to the backside. They essentially used the house as cover and concealment, and then we engaged the house. Because nobody had situational awareness.
I thought it was Begay. It might have been you, but there was an assaultman in the back there, and he had a small, and he was getting ready to fire at a house about 150, 200 meters away. And there was a Marine on the other side with, I assumed was his, and he was firing an M16 at him at that building. And I asked him, "What's going on? What's your target?" And he says, "I saw a couple guys run behind that house." I said, "Did they go behind the house or did they go in the field? We need to know." And he couldn't tell me. So I said, "Well, hold off." Then the platoon started rounding back up to get back on the move again. So I told the Begay, I thought it was Begay, and I don't know who the other guy was. Told him to go back to tracks, and then Langlis, who was in the back of my Humvee at the time, I was in a soft skin Humvee. We stayed there a couple minutes, didn't see any more movement, and we took off because by that time we were moving in and out of the column, and we were able to catch up. I remember that story. That was the first real firefight. I mean, we got fired at crossing the bridge at Nazaria, and at night. I don't remember. Many of you probably don't remember that, but it was just an odd experience. Traveling through that city at night. That 5th Marines had blocking positions in the south and north, and then we moved through, and then right after that was when we started getting some of this other stuff. So it was quite an experience. I think we crossed Nazaria on the 23rd, the night of the 23rd. So it was the morning of the 24th or 25th when that incident happened. And you can go to my timeline, the Chronicles, and it should be on there because I do it by date, time group, and grid location. I did right out of Thomas Guide. So like I said, I always did a check mark and made a note what I saw, what I noticed. Wounded, casualties, types of fire, destroyed vehicles, battle damage assessments, BDAs, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the notes I took on the road. And again, when we hit Baghdad, after Saddam City, I basically stopped taking notes in the Thomas Guide and moved to a pistol factory. And I have an office to work out of there, so I didn't have to carry as much gear. So it was a little easier for me to move around, and I didn't take as much notes because I wasn't being so retentive, uptight about it.
I'm going to introduce him because he just jumped in. Dorenzo, 0351, another assaultman in the group. Welcome, brother. You hear us? Boy, you 0351s tonight, man. You guys just not bring your A game.
And well, while he's figuring that out, before
Hey, John, can you hear us?
looks like he's trying to figure out the audio.
Yeah.
But before we ever even made contact, there was a lot of Marines saying, who else remembers this? No war won 4. As we were pushing in, everybody just believed that it was not going to happen. We weren't going to make contact until we finally did. And even after we did that first time, I think there was a handful of Marines who thought, all right, that was the only time it's going to happen. It's not going to happen again. But of course, it did continue to happen. I don't even know how many engagements total we were in as a company for that first deployment. How many do you have recorded?
I didn't record actual number of engagements because we were taking sporadic small arms fire from like I documented when we crossed the river on the April 7th. We pulled up. That's where you found some of those burning vehicles. And then because we had just caught them making breakfast when we crossed. And then we moved into this Air Force colonel's house there on the morning of the evening of the 7th. That's where we bivouacked around. We put up a defensive perimeter. And in the morning, we moved out on the 8th. And we moved out. Remember, we were moving into this town. We were going to secure a bridge. 2nd platoon was supposed to secure a bridge. 1st platoon was supposed to go forward. 3rd platoon was supposed to take a left turn. But on the road up there, we got a canal on our right side. And on the other side of the canal, these little Toyota trucks were running by, taking little pop shots at us. Little technicals, you know, they weren't very effective, but they were enough to get your attention that, you know, it only takes one stray around to make your day pretty bad. And we were about to find that out because that's when we entered El Hamza, where 2nd platoon was supposed to just secure the bridge. Instead, they crossed the bridge and got into an ambush, took an RPG to the bow plane of the first track, which stopped the other tracks on the bridge. And 1st platoon ended up having to go forward and get engaged in a firefight to help 2nd platoon, and 3rd platoon ended up moving left, and it all started from there. I mean, it was game on for about the next 3 hours.
I'm amazed at the amount of details that you've been able to remember from that point. What engagement were we in when an RPG went right between 2 Amtraks?
That was the same day that house. It was a little later in the morning. Because remember, that house was like at 5:50 in the morning. It was early, but the light was coming up. It's remember, the terrain around there is just like where I live in Yuma, where you're settled between a couple of rivers. The soil is really rich, and it's a year-round farming area. Even though it's hot in the summer, they still can farm in the summer, and they do a lot of that here as well. And the terrain was just like that. And in March, it's all green and lush, and the canals are, or as you go further north towards the rivers, you start to see the canal systems build up, and then the terrain is, you see the palm trees and the date palms. What do they call them? Then the oil fields and all that stuff too were more south than they were north, more south and west.
And does anybody remember when we had dug in for the night? It was going pretty smooth. It was quiet up until a certain point, and we were attacked. And then everybody had to, of course, get online, and that lasted what? It was like, I think somewhere between 2 to 4 hours.
Yeah, it was bad.
We were
Back to your original question, you know, when our 1st platoon got that RPG, that was, let me go back to it. That was what caused the first incident with that house that Adam said he fired the rocket at, because that team had fired a rocket at 1st platoon because they were the lead platoon at that point and missed. They had their shot, and then all the tracks turned and faced the threat. And that's where it kicked it off from there. And then later on that morning, we passed like an hour and a half, maybe an hour later, we passed the buses, a couple cars shot up, and then we ended up getting in a couple small sporadic fights where one company would be engaged and off on a distant target, and we ended up bypassing them, just keep going north, and then they'd catch up to us.
I have a good story about that.
What's that?
I said I have a good story about the buses.
So the first, this is awesome. So Brent, I know I was logged off for a second. Did you give everybody like my brief background or whatever?
You don't have your audio. Turn your audio on.
Oh,
Better
sorry.
now?
I only introduced you from who you were during 1-4. I didn't go on beyond that.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, maybe it'll come up later. Maybe it won't, but
Well,
it's kind of irrelevant to the.
You can
It's
disclose it if
irrelevant.
you want, man.
It's irrelevant for this story.
Fill us in. I want to know what you've been doing.
We'll get to that later. It's irrelevant for this story. But needless to say, I just retired after 21 years of doing, awesome things for our country with dudes like you. But this was the first time that I actually got fired at because, I saw the RPG get shot at the tracks. Everybody, turned to, but I was, 200 yards behind the gun line when I sent those rockets to blew up that house for the breach. So I really wasn't in any sort of danger then. Sergeant Major, as you were talking about an hour later, we're driving by all these buses that LAR had just turned into Swiss cheese with, hundreds of bodies all over the place. And again, as I was the last boot to get to the company. I was the most junior dude in the company, a freshly minted private first class at the time. So I had not gotten any. And all of a sudden we're driving by all these, guys who are in the buses, and one of them starts to move. And I don't know what I'm even allowed to do at that point because it's the first time that, I'm seeing, hostile dude 3 feet away from me, and he starts to itch his face, and then he goes for his weapon. And then, as an injured dude, laws of war, we can't attack injured people, but I start screaming. I think it was, Gunny Collins was in the TC, but I'm on the very back of the track, 3 feet away from this guy who now leans up to engage me. And I didn't think I could do anything. I hadn't been properly trained. I hadn't done an immediate action drill yet. And so I, as an assaultman, I had, the rocket launcher that you all know, but also I had this little pea shooter M9 Beretta. I reach and grab my Beretta, which was a condition, one weapon ready to go. And I start slamming the magazine and ejecting live rounds because I'm freaking out because I've never been in a gunfight before. And, it's my first time in combat. I love to tell the story when people ask me, knowing, more about my experience later on the road, but this is my first time being in combat, is me slamming the magazine to my already conditioned weapon and then ejecting, live rounds as this guy sees now an American soldier, freaking out. He doesn't understand English, but he understands that the jig is up. He was trying to play dead, play coy, and he's about to lean over and shoot me in the face because we were about 2 feet away. And then my squad leader, one of the 0311s, and I was attached to the Dirty Dozen. So these are all just savage warriors. So I got some good upbringing, but he just pushes me back with one hand, leans his rifle against my chest and does a 3-round burst and canoes this guy's head right before I was about to get offed in, my first 2 minutes of combat.
Schwarzy, I think that was Corporal Peters that took that guy down.
I wasn't going to say his name, but yes, I bought him many beers and ladies in Vegas, but I wasn't going to say his name.
Dude, that story is like right out of a movie, man. Jeez.
I remember that clear as day too. Like
Holy
I
cow.
had the same feeling like, and then he knew what was up, and yeah, that
makes me think of that scene from Saving Private Ryan at the very end where he's trying to fire with the pistol and he's out of ammo and he throws it at the guy. Man, you got to live that. Jeez.
Yeah, except I was like Oppum in that story.
What's funny about that though? It's like because my billet kind of changed throughout the invasion, but when I was a gunner, I had an M9, and it's like we didn't really get taught or instructed on how to use those. It literally was just like, here's an M9, fucking it's your secondary, hold on. And it was like you got a hip pocket class, like 5-minute hip pocket class on how to use it. Like, man, the training has come so far since this time. It's nuts.
You got to understand too, when you guys were getting that gear, we didn't have a lot of 9mm ammunition to be training with. It just wasn't extra stuff. We did what we could. We did a lot of we did some shotgun training. We did with the M16, the 249 we were able to do. We did some machine gun shoots off the back of the ship on the way over as well. I remember I told that about the chief of the ship getting all mad about shooting holes in the back deck, and the captain told him, "Well, fix it for him, get him back to training." And that's the kind of support we got from the Navy. Was they were outstanding, allowing us
Yeah.
to do all that kind of stuff even at night. You
Yep.
know?
I remember my first time on MVGs was on ship, and we cleared up to the bridge at night. We would do those ops, and that was my first time. Well, I mean, you do a little bit in SOI, but we got schooled up pretty quick on that. And in Kuwait, doing the night moves with that, there's a learning curve there for depth perception and everything, and trying to do big platoon movements, company movements with NVGs. That was another big. But I vividly remember my knees on the nose skid on the back of the ship doing squad movements and stuff, and just being tore up.
Yeah, that's where drill comes important. You know, everybody thinks boot camps, it's indoctrination. It's more than that. It's showing you how we operate. We do these combat formations based off drill formations. It's not any harder than that. We just add newer firepower and newer supporting arms to make those drill movements a lot more effective. And that's just the kind of way we train. So it wasn't hard with a bunch of a lot of new Marines, because that's still ingrained in their head. Company attention, snap. It was still happening. You didn't have to wait. You didn't have to play those kind of games because you guys were paying attention. The ones that wanted to be there.
When I remember when I was in SOI, and we're doing fire team rushes on the fire team attack range, and I think we finished early, and there were still rounds left. And I remember overhearing the instructor say, "We still got time to do some more. Do you want to run them through again?" And the senior sergeant out there says, and I'll always remember this. He's like, "Yes." He's like, "Let's run through again." He's like, "This is the last time they'll do this before it might be for real." And he was absolutely freaking right, because just like we mentioned earlier, like we got to the fleet, and then within a month or two, we were on ship going to Kuwait. So,
yeah, Nate had two questions. One was the first time, and then he started talking about the night of that we got hit or probed out at route. It was the intersection of 7 and 17. 3-1 had been there 3 nights before and had taken artillery and rocket fire and a couple of probing attacks. And then we ended up relieving them in place, that afternoon, and they moved out. And then that's the night we took the attack that you guys were talking about. And I cover that in my notes as well, because I was coming back with the CO from the battalion headquarters. He had a meeting with the CO, and we're coming back in, rolling in. It's about almost 12:30, 1 at night. And I remember dragging over there. I had my bag and everything, and I went over to the headquarters Humvee, and I hopped on the hood and wanted to get my bag out. And I hear a very loud, clear Allah Akbar, and a loud, I look over and I see a muzzle flash, and he was shooting at me, and it went between me and the bag, and I rolled off. And that's when the 240 Gulf opened up. And just as the 240 Gulf opened up on that guy, I saw rockets going off in the distance. And I had seen that before during the Gulf War. So I was like, oh shit. And I remember going over to the berm, because the aces had made a berms and some dugouts for you guys for the tracks and machine gun teams. And I remember walking along that berm, or going to the berm where the headquarters guys were, and I jumped in on Welsh, and he got mad because I jumped in on top of him in his hole. And he goes, I thought you'd never get in a hole for certain. I said, well, the big stuff bothers me. And he said, what big stuff? And then we saw some mortars impact in front of us, and then rockets flew over us towards the battalion area. And I remember this because I think it was Chipperez and Langlis were in the next hole just giggling like little girls. They were just, as rockets are exploding in the back. It's just, you never know, what where he's finding humorous. And I saw Sage looking for in the chat and tell some humorous stories. That one about the 9mm, in a panic. Hey, I don't care if you're a boot or you. I'll tell you on OIF2, I understand that. I went into the same thing. Even after all the combat experience I had one of those shock moments where everything you learned and trained, it takes a moment to come back because you were so shocked and you're disoriented from what just occurred when you're shot at that close. So it takes a little while to get your wits back sometime, unless you're a John Wick type, which I don't know how many of you are. I'm definitely not. When somebody shoots at me, it becomes personal. That's the way I felt about it.
Hey, Brent, Micah just texted me and he's having laptop problems, so he's going to try to get back on. But
Yeah, unfortunately, we're having trouble with both those guys, him and Dorenzo. So I don't know what happened to Nate, but in any event, so I guess we could fast forward and talk about crossing the Diyala, because that was the first amphibious assault that Marines had conducted since, I think, Vietnam. So I've got some photos I'll pull up for that.
that was the first time I'd been in the water in a 26-ton vehicle too.
That's right, because we didn't do, we did a MUSOC qual for OIF2, like going up and leading up and doing all that, doing workups and splashing and all that, but we didn't do any of that stuff. So you're absolutely right. I think that was probably the first time for all of us.
Well, our senior guys had done it, but that's when, like, I remember our track had some water coming in and people's bags, their packs were floating and
they got ripped off. Packed out in the water. They didn't tell us we were going to do it. It's like, here's this epic amphibious crossing that nobody knew was going to happen. So I want to know, one of the scout snipers lost like a ruck with a rifle and maps. All of my gear was wet. We were, getting water intrusion because the big secret never got down to us that we were going to do that. So, all of my gear was wet. I mean, we weren't like using our gear anyways because we were just digging holes. That was our house. So it's not like, big loss, but it was a surprise to do a splash down. Those things submerge, momentarily before they pop back up. And it was a surprise to everybody in the world, including the Marines in the tracks.
Yeah. Yep. That was a vivid memory of, looking up and the water lines almost level to the top of the track, and pucker factor was real on that one.
Yeah, that track has that's Lieutenant Shaw coming out, the XO, out of across the river. I didn't take that one. I think what's the name took it. The guy from the LA Times. I can't remember his name.
Oh yeah.
Man. And it's fresh in my head because I mentioned him in my notes. Anyways, he was. I think he took that picture because we did have a combat correspondent with us as well. So, not with the company, but with the battalion and regiment. So he was floating around taking pictures where he could. So he got to ride across on one of the first tracks and sat on the other side taking pictures.
So I remember my vivid memories from that day were not only like, packs getting ripped off the track and floating down the river. But once we got up on the other side and we started driving, there was like an Iraqi town right there. And we started going through the town and the walls were real narrow and they were too narrow for the tracks. So literally like our tracks with the packs on the outside were knocking over these walls on each side. It was wild. It was just like Hulk smash driving into this town, just knocking over these walls as we drive through.
Yeah, and it was tough because we went in with the understanding that the Iraqi people are not our enemies. That was given. We're there to provide security and stabilization, but we also know there was a serious threat. They would turn on their populace, much like kind of what we see now, right? They're turning on their populace. That's what we're trying to prevent. So, we do go in there with no better friend, no worse enemy, right? The mindset where, you don't shoot at me, I don't shoot at you. We all good, right? Unless you want to be aggressive, and then that's the worst mistake you'll ever make. And that's the kind of attitude that we had. And I think it took a little while because you had your gung ho types that were shooting at everything, and then you had those were didn't want to shoot at anything because they didn't know what they were shooting at, which is smart. And then you have so they have some discipline. But until the first real firefights, then it started to sink in. And then when we hit the town of I think it was Ashatra, that's when I think as a company the innocence was lost in a sense. All that
I agree.
all that
That was the turning point where for a lot of us we'd gotten just enough experience where, for me personally, Sergeant Major, if it rated a 5.56, it rated a rocket. So
Yep.
I was lobbing rockets and everything at that point. That was like that turning point.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they want to stand and fight, that's their mistake. But we're not here for that. We're here to reach an objective. If you want to live past this point, that's fine. But you weren't going to stand in our way, and that's the thing. And it was, we're just one company out of three in our battalion, and then another 3 battalions, plus. So, there's a lot of pain out there if you're looking for it. But if you weren't, that's fine. We weren't trying to be a threat to you, but we weren't going to be hindered either. That's the thing about it. Once you had that mission, you knew what your mission was, which was for us to get to Baghdad to secure Saddam City, and from there move forward, stabilize the country, all that stuff. I mean, that was all known. You guys didn't show up in time to really catch all that, and you were too young for that kind of understanding of the geopolitical corruption and all that crap that went on back then. You can decipher it now a lot easier because you can look back and say, wow, how did I do that? Why did I do that? But when like I told Brett, I realized I'm 60 years old. I was lied to my entire life. Let that sink in. JFK was killed just 14 months after I was born. And my first consciousness in understanding of the news was watching the propaganda media. So you can see from that point forward, as a child, I was raised a certain way. But I was also taught to think for myself, but I thought I was making the right choices. And I'd probably do it again. I love my country. And I think if for the right reasons, we should help others out. But I'm not going to, I think your bravery needs to be documented, and it needs to be understood by the American people that you didn't choose it. It was thrust upon you, and you did exceptionally well. And I think you saved more lives than you took. That's more important to understand.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the way I look at it. I'm not trying to preach anything, but yeah.
What's up, Micah? You've been quiet, man. You've been having some comm issues.
What you guys been talking about tonight?
Fucking war,
can you hear
son.
me?
Where you been?
No, moment of truth. No, so I have my other computer up. I honestly haven't opened my laptop up since I took the bar exam. So all of a sudden, I just wanted to update everything. I was like, I usually work on my desktop. So, but I heard Jersey on my desktop, and the like come up, and I was like, yeah. Everyone was. What's crazy is thinking about OIF2 and how we actually drove those things deliberately off the back of actual ships. And then, like, most recently, like, the news that, like, oh, by the way, the Marines are, like, doing away with the amphibious program. It turns out those are incredibly dangerous. Driving a tank in the water is just, like, it's, it's not quite there yet.
And Sean from the chat had a good point. He goes, there was amphibious landings during Desert Storm as well. And I remember that's standard training for any MUSOC. Hell, I rode AAVs into Iwo Jima as a part of a training op where we got to, after the first 2 hours of the training op, everybody went into sightseeing mode. So, we were there for a day and a half, and then we got back on ship and went down to the Philippines. It's just the kind of stuff you do on a MUSOC. But that was, Desert Storm. Again, I'm a veteran of Desert Storm, but I was an artilleryman. And even as an artilleryman on a MUSOC, what does artillery normally do? Security platoon, right? Or some kind of element, right? So we end up becoming, we can't take our guns ashore, but we take our weapons ashore. So it just depends on how you look at it. You guys are, I'm rambling now.
Here's
No, to
one.
back
So,
up a little bit. I actually before, can you hear me? Before I got cut off, before my comms started going crazy, the first point I really wanted to talk to was when we were talking about crossing the LD, which was fun, and we were talking about those 3 days that I'll never get back, and then I started having comm issues. God damn it!
Yeah,
now
you
I'm
didn't miss
losing my
anything.
thought. No. That was, what was crazy was that was the first realization, I think, during those days that we were going to have to dig fighting holes every single night for the rest of this thing. And that's like, and I remember Sergeant Major or Gunny Moe at the time coming around, like looking at our 0311 fighting holes and like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, oh, it's you're just like you're like digging in that hard sand with the e-tool, and you're like this is a fighting position, Gunner Sergeant. He's like, that is a shallow grave, you dumb shit. You got to dig it deeper.
yeah, that's my photo I took in with my fucking wind-up camera that I kept in a grenade pouch. But yeah, we did that every single night, guys. We dug fighting positions. And if we were going to be there for longer than a certain period of time, we dug regulation fighting positions. I remember having to dig, unfortunately, Nate's not here, so he can't speak to this, but we got in trouble one night, to say the least, and we had to dig a U-shaped fighting position for a machine gun. If you guys don't know what that is a lot of work. Picture a U, and then picture that sucker deep, shoulder height, and that's what we had to dig. It was ridiculous
Until it started raining.
Every night.
Yeah. And on the 24th, after we crossed the river, that we crossed on the 23rd, and then on the 24th is when we got warnings of the sandstorm. Remember, we'd have an armored regiment. They were expected to come against us. Remember, 5th and 7th Marines are on the east or west side of the river. We're on the east side, now moving between the two rivers. And we got hit by that Habu, that big dust storm or storm. I mean, you can't even, I think 5 Marines were documented losing their lives. 3 in a tank, I think, and 2 in a Humvee. Where the tank, we talked about that last time, flipped into a canal, and 3 of the Marines drowning. And then the Humvee ended up in a crash or accident or something, smashing something, and because they couldn't see because the sand and conditions were so bad. So it was one of those things. Then you didn't have to worry about digging a hole too much, did you? Instead, you had to lay in the wet sand, or dig enough, scrape it out to lay in a shallow puddle, and that's how bad it was. It was. I think you had a couple pictures of that too, where we find we tried doing a couple positions and it just didn't work out very well. Not for what we were trying to do.
Now you're talking about, Sergeant Major, that was the following morning where we all got out of our swimming pools that we dug the night prior after all the storming had done, and we're getting back into the tracks still under the cover of darkness, and a gentleman by the name of Harmon falls in this berm that we think is like 30 feet deep, and he's going to the bottom with all of his gear, and he's screaming. He sounds like a stuck pig because he's drowning. For 5 minutes, we think he's just going to finally go, tits up and be dead. And all of a sudden, I think it was Peters again, like, stand up, you fat ass. And he was in like 2 feet of water, but he was literally drowning because he had so much ammo and, kit on that he felt like he was in, 15 feet of water. But literally he said to collect himself and stand up. And it was, that was his 9mm, first combat moment.
Yeah, that wasn't very comfortable. That wasn't very good conditions. I mean, it was literally the storm. It cleansed the area after that, but it was just terrible for 2 days. So, and I think, Brent, you have some pictures of that. So anybody in the chat could see that this is where anybody watching to see that how bad it was, the conditions.
That storm also. That storm also coincided with the time where we were digging into the waste management dumps, So we were digging into the landfill during those nights, and that's never talked about on, HBO, that we were digging into literally trash dumps as our homes for a couple of nights. And then because of the rain, filled up with, if you keg frat, our holes were filling up with all that trash bag water, except, there were syringes. There's a dead baby fetus in our fighting hole. It's like only Marines can laugh at weird things like that, like baby diapers, dead babies, syringes, and that was our, sub freezing temperatures. Again, it's Iraq, but that was the winter cold. So, poo water is freezing around our ankles. And that was our house for a couple of days in the trash piles. But,
and didn't we still have mop boots on, didn't we?
Yeah. No, we were saying, I remember we had mop boots
filled
on.
up with the poo water.
You said landfill, and
we wonder why.
You said landfill and syringes, and I remember fucking diapers, and I remember digging and just like wanting to vomit, but not even having anything to vomit up. And that's actually when I first started when the sleep deprivation first started to actually start fucking with me, where I couldn't tell if I was streaming on post, was supposed to be awake on post, but was asleep. Like, it was just like shit was starting to come undone.
I remember those syringes. That was wild.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to find that picture you were at. I was trying to. I can't find it. I mean, I got it. It's in the notes. If you open up that Word doc, the pictures are in there. The ones we put in there. So, and again, if you watch that video from earlier, we kind of went through the timeline and covers that storm pretty good. And again, there's big gaps in it because it's from my notes and my recollection. And again, when I went through, even though we went through the same events, might be from a different angle experience. Like yours laying in the shallow fighting hole. Well, I didn't have to do that. I mean, I tried to stay as dry and comfortable as a smart man could, but it's not easy.
Are we also going to talk about the awesome intel we got after we reached Baghdad, that all the bad guys were driving the orange and white checkered cars?
Yeah. And then come to find out, those are everywhere.
Yeah, after I lit up about 1,000 of them with rockets to find out.
Yeah, there you go. You got the pictures on the screen for a little bit of the storm, what it looked like. I mean, it was a constant, we went at twilight to this orange, who knows what it was. The storm comes up, just puts a coat of mud on everything. I mean, you guys hit it right when you were laying in the mud, but just in the rain, it didn't matter. You were going to get coated with mud no matter what you did, especially if you're riding on top of the track. You're going to catch mud no matter what. Well, there we go.
My bad. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, is that Doc B?
Yeah, it's me. Is that Friedman?
Doc, what's happening, man?
Fucking Friedman. Is that you? Is that Schomer too?
Schomer wasn't here.
Schomer was here. He's gone.
First sergeant.
Baby, guys.
Am I too loud here? I got my headphones on. My phone sucks.
You're solid, man.
Damn, I didn't know you were doing this shit, but cool. I'm drinking beers. Hope you guys don't mind.
With your brother.
All right, fair enough.
So if you guys don't know, this was one of our corpsmen. This is Doc Beltran. So welcome to the party. We're celebrating 20-year reunion.
At that time, right?
Here we go.
So you were an HM3 at the time?
Yeah.
Yep.
What do I call you now? Is it first sergeant still, or
you can call me Larry?
Larry, all right, Larry. Fucking A. My name's Gabe.
My friends call me Arch, so you can call me Larry or Arch. It doesn't matter.
Cool. Is that's Friedman for sure? Fucking. Who's in top left? Who's in top right?
Fisher.
Fish, dude. Jesus Christ, my glasses suck, dude. Who's bottom fucking left?
That's a GQ model.
GQ.
Don't recognize that face?
No, man, fuck me. Hold on a second.
He would gel his hair up to go out on combat patrol.
What was that? Was it like he was like a staff sergeant? Fucking
No.
No.
His call sign was Iceman.
My God, I'm retarded. Fucking
It's
It's
Schwarzy.
Schwarzy.
Swarzy. Holy shit, dude. Dude, the last time I tried talking to you, dude, I was like, hey, oh, you were like doing hockey videos and pictures and shit. Jesus Christ, dude. My God, dude. I still look better. I still look better than you.
For those that don't or following along, we call our corpsman from the Navy a doc, and there's usually one per platoon, sometimes two. Well, we got some attachments. We got some reservists attached to us. And I think our senior corpsman at the time was a chief, and he was actually older than I was. He was like 44, 45 years old. He was an old dude, Filipino guy. Remember?
Oh shit.
I don't remember him. I should remember Doc Beltran though.
No,
Yeah.
it was fucking no, we had that was the Filipino guy was the doctor, or he was
Yeah, he was a chief.
yeah. He was the I can't even remember what they call him anymore. They're fucking the senior, not senior line corpsman.
No, he was just a chief. He was like a reservist, but he had been in service for like 24 years at the time.
Okay, but he wasn't directly attached to the BS at first. He was like
No, he was with the company. He crossed the LOD with us. There was 3 or 4. I can go my notes and look, but there was a couple of attachments to us from reservists attached to us as well for hospitalmen. So it was kind of an ad hoc thing. Remember, we didn't really have enough corpsmen to go around. You know how short we were at the BAS.
Well, yeah, because usually it's like one corpsman per platoon, but they did attach 2 per platoon just because we hadn't fucking fought in combat. And how long? What was it? Desert Storm?
We weren't quite sure what to expect. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And again, with when you don't know what to expect, you go with the safety in mind. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not worth losing somebody over. Yeah, that was at the Pistol Factory, right?
Yeah.
No, that was Babylon.
No, that was Pistol Factory right there.
Was it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Where you put up the sign.
I don't even know who fucking drew that, honestly.
Well, one of the Iraqis did, I think. We paid him like $20 to do it. He went and did it. $20 back then was big. Remember, they were just getting over. They weren't doing too well. I don't remember if you outside the Pistol Factory where we set up that first HESCO bunker.
Yeah,
in the entrance area.
Yeah, where remember Mighty Mouse Martinez?
Yeah,
where he got shot by I just remember the guys.
Yeah, but that was on the backside. We had another one on that by that time when he got shot. But the first one, who was it? Corporal from headquarters company. We ended up putting that thing in there. I had a couple sergeants help me. We ended up getting the wood and everything else, and the HESCO got a front loader and started filling these things in and making the security around there. And we had them do that, and then we did that other sign you just put up as an entrance area, just basically warning people, don't come around here, you'll get shot. And we had an area off. Remember, there was like a university or a library area over there that was bombed out. It was like a multi-story building, but it was bombed out from the center, so it was collapsed in the center. And all the scavengers would go around there during the morning and evenings and try to scrap metal out of there, aluminum, whatever they could scavenge. We keep chasing them off. And if you want to hear a good story on that one was, they'd get the single donkey with the cart, and they go up there, load all that crap off. So I'd chase them off a couple of days. We'd take a few Marines out there. We'd go out there and just chase them off. And they keep coming back. So one kept coming back after like the third day. So I chased him off, and he left his donkey. So I take the donkey, and I'm standing on the cart, and I'm going down the road back to the compound, chasing the donkey. I don't know if you remember, that donkey was in the field for like 3 or 4 days till that guy came back and asked for it back. I made him ask for it back because I told him, you keep coming back here, you're going to get shot, because these guys are jumpy. They'll shoot you if they don't know who you are. And he never came back for that, but he got his donkey back.
And Nate's back. Hey, Nate, you recognize
Yeah.
who that guy is on the bottom?
Let's see. Motivated Doc.
Fucking Shelmer. Jesus Christ. Are you still fucking doing your thing, dude?
I'm always doing my thing.
Okay, that's good, dude. Man, dude, fuck the last
Not
time I
doing
saw
your thing, you're doing somebody else's thing.
When'd you
Dude,
get on? Oh,
Damn, look how young he looks there.
Yeah.
Who the
I still,
hell is that?
I still look that young. I think, man.
yeah.
I just
Yeah,
shaved
you
my
look
beard
like
not too
I
long ago.
You know, during that time, we look at each other like, oh, we're not that young. We're in our 20s or, 19 at the time. But now looking back at some of the photos, I was even looking at Motivated Sergeant Major Morales back when he was our company gunny. I was like, dude, he looks like he's in his teens. I remember him looking so much older. But now looking at the photos, he looks so young. And it's because we're all getting, of course, so much older, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are about the age right now that I was when I crossed the I was 40, 41 when I crossed the LOD.
Damn, man, I'm
40,
like
41.
one past that. I'm about to be like 2 past that here in a second.
Yeah,
Jeez.
can you imagine yourself doing that now?
No.
Oh yeah, I probably could do it, but I'd be like,
Yeah, you
fuck,
could.
man. Thank God there's like 20, 19, and 20-year-old dudes doing it before me.
Mhm. Yeah, the wear and tear, it does damage over time. I don't know how you were doing those hikes when we were training back in the rear, putting on that pack. I can't even think about doing that now. I blow my knees out.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but after OIF 1 and 2, the Marine Corps changed the combat physical fitness standards, right? We still had the PFT, but then they added the combat fitness test or CFT. And trust me, by that time we started doing the CFT, I'd gone to recruiting right after leaving First Marines. So I ended up becoming the recruiting station sergeant major out at Los Angeles and working with a lot of Marines there. They were just coming back off OIF2 and other deployments. And and then we stick them right back into the civilian populace, trying to make a mission, putting the pressure of making your quota and mission. It was tough because, trying to help people and not lose anybody along the way. And the trials with it. But the combat fitness test is what ended up doing me in, because the PFT, I could swim all day, I can do all that. But when we started doing the fireman carries, both shoulders were already shot from pull-ups, a lifelong of pull-ups and push-ups. So I already had one shoulder operated on, and then the other one went doing the CFT. I felt it just pop. And at that point, I was working for a colonel, and he heard it, and he saw me, and he just looked at me. I could see the look in his eyes saying, damn, this is not the way to do it. But that's what broke me. You to do the PFT and the CFT.
I can't imagine. I walk up the stairs now and pop my ankle. The most basic things.
Yeah, but I was also a lot bigger. I lost 70 pounds recently. So
Is that
back
Sergeant
then I had a lot more muscle. My calves were huge, from all the hills and hiking and swimming and all that stuff. Because I was also a water safety survival instructor. Been to the course at Coronado a couple times. It was good stuff.
That's
right.
Ben Gunner Morales right there.
Yeah, but on the right of him on my screen, I think that's Sergeant Bliss with him.
Yeah, Bliss helped me make the first guard post.
Fucking who's on the left? Is that fucking Welcher?
It's Grimes on the left. Bliss is on the right. Grimes on the left.
Is that Grimy? Really?
That's Grimes.
That can't be Grimy, dude.
Look like
It is. Yeah.
Jeez.
It's Grimes or Welch. I think it's Grimy.
I had pictures out there too where Bliss and we cleaned that parking lot. And remember, one of the cat platoon commanders was really pissed off because we claimed the pistol factory. We cleaned out the parking lot. We did all that crap. We put up the security posts. We cleaned out that little propaganda hut and made a little, squad retreat.
We even cleaned up a 7-ton. We even cleaned up a 7-ton. Took that out of there too. Yeah,
there was we cleaned all those shavings out of there, all that oil. We put racks in there, and people slept in that area. I mean, you want to talk about, that's the best we could do. And then, that's the place where they brought in that dump truck of gold. I don't know how many were there for that one.
Yeah, that
That
was
was-
factories.
Right, and remember the what I would equate to the guys in black suits in big SUVs coming and picking it up. It turned out to be, I think they were Army Rangers or something, but somebody came and picked all this crap up. We ended up sorting it, marking it, and categorying it because that's what we thought we were supposed to do. And right in the middle of that, they said, "Nope, put it all back in. We're taking it." It's like, okay, you got bigger guns and more people, and you got authority, so I'm getting myself out of this.
Random side note: does anybody else smell diesel fuel and think of burning feces, or am I the only one?
I never had to do it ever in my life, but I smelt it and I watched everybody do it, and I was like, God, thank God I don't have to do that shit. Like
Dude,
fucking it's.
Is that still a practice that they're doing, or did they get rid of that?
Yeah, well,
No,
it's as needed. It's as needed. You're going to do what you got to do.
Like slit trenches.
There's Colonel
Well,
Mayer.
they're going to start giving out disability benefits now, finally.
There's Colonel Mayer talking to one of the companies.
I remember that. Where were we when someone threw a rock at him? Someone threw a rock and hit him in the head, and he highlighted. He's like, "Someone hit me in the head. We have to win the hearts and minds. Obviously, we're lacking."
Oh yeah, I mean, we some of these security operations we went on. I remember going to a day market and going through the crowd in the Humvee, and this kid, the 7-year-old, 8-year-old kid, pops out and throws a brick right in the fucking CO's window. Bam! It cracked the whole window. It didn't come through, but it's just the kind of shit that goes on. And you're not going to chase that kid down and shoot him, although we probably shoot his dad or something. But that's you just don't do that kind of stuff. And our staff sergeant, oh man, Chavez, not Chavez.
Bonnell and I think Robertson, maybe.
Yeah, Robertson. Yeah, man, he looks so young there. Because we sent Robertson on. He did a lot of stuff too. Trying to remember, Bonnell was 3rd platoon.
No, he was with weapons in the invasion. Yeah, he was weapons.
He was a borderman, right?
I think he was
a machine gunner. He was a machine gunner.
Yeah, he was our machine gun section leader in OIF 1.
I forgot to tell you during the last interview, when we crossed into Baghdad on the 7th, and then on the 8th we pushed into Al Hamza. I remember after we evacuated Garza, we were still in a fight across the river with 2nd platoon, 1st platoon, taking in fire from an area about 1,500 meters away. So I called in 60s. I did 2 fire missions with 60s, gave them a polar mission. Ended up doing that. No results, but the fire slacked off, and then we ended up doing something else. And I forgot that was the first and only time I used the 60s.
Well, like when Staff Sergeant Lee and Sergeant Parkinson,
right?
R60s.
Yeah, our 60s, our company 60s.
Shit, yeah.
That was we didn't use them until we got into Baghdad. I mean, they set up in every position, but they never got used until then.
I think we did one fire mission before that. It was like one time Lieutenant Cap fucking had us there was a taxi cab coming up fucking near us, and it was too far away, so they just fucking
warned him off.
Yeah, basically fucking. I can't remember. I don't know what the fucking shot. It might have been HD feed. Fucking.
That was the same day as Garza.
But it wasn't.
I know what you're talking about, Doc. That was the same day as Garza.
Was it really? Yeah,
yeah.
I remember.
We were in that position all day, and that's
that's little coconut grove
on the canal too.
Yeah, that's where the canal is. Where I told you those trucks kept running by.
Yeah, well, I remember.
Fire.
Fuck, I can't. I'm trying to think of his name, but I remember when I was talking to you on that video, I told him his name. He was the machine gunner. He was trying to just like warn people, but he was just like fucking smoking them, and they fucking roll right into the fucking canal. God, his name? He's a realtor now or some shit like that.
And again, that's what happens when you don't know what the threats are.
Yeah, I mean, but we were told to not let anybody come across that one single.
Yeah, I remember that kid. I don't want to say his name, but it was epic because it's one of those things where you don't know how a man is gonna,
Yeah, I said his name because I remembered at the time I said it. Like I was thinking about it. If I'm not supposed to say names, I won't say names. But it was just like
I don't know. I'm trying to not say names, but I remember it was just epic because this little noodle, he was like a 120-pound wet kid, and everybody thought he was gonna be the biggest, war dodger. And then, like you're talking about,
They told him to
sideways that day.
Yeah, they said give him like not to overtalk you. So where's he fuck? They were like give him warning shots, and he was just like windshield. I'm like, that's not a warning shot.
Perfect headshots on like 20 dudes right in a row.
I'm like, okay, buddy. Like, I'm glad that's them, not us. You know, like
Dude,
not to be like play fun about it, but it's just like okay.
It was literally you could not have done more better placed precision automatic fire weapons if you tried. It was literally a saw. It was like 20 dudes, 3-round bursts.
It was a 240. The guy I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was fucking God.
Yeah.
God damn, fucking. But anyways, that was like
epic shots.
That was like literally. It was either right before or right after fucking. We got. Fuck, am I supposed to talk about this? Like how they called for fire on us on accident. You guys not remember that?
No, I do. Yeah, I had a piece of a 155 land impact.
That's what I'm saying.
Like
my
head was the size of a vase.
The improved munitions, and you like pick it up. It's hot as fuck. You put it down, and you're like, wait, that's English writing. That's our shit.
Yeah.
And you're just like, fuck.
That was artillery. We almost smoked ourselves. With
Alpha. Well, no, because I think it was like what was it, 2nd Battalion Marines, 2-1 or something like that. Fucking, they called for fire on us, thinking we were the bad guys. Because I remember there was a fucking Cobra that came in on us, like he was about to fucking like light us the fuck up, and he's like stopped and like just hung in there because like they can't fucking fire artillery when fucking rotary or fixes in the air. You know what I mean? So he was just sitting there, and like I don't know who the guy's name, but he was just, I was like, God damn, we're about to get smoked. You know what I mean? But he must have told him, he's like, yo, these are Marines you're firing on, you fucking morons or something. Because I know Alpha got hit the worst because they were to the right of us in that attack. Like I remember hearing that shit because it was like Sergeant Hoffman and fucking was it Allridge?
I can't believe there was
Albrecht. It was Albrecht. Albrecht was the one that was just fucking Albright. Yeah, he was fucking just bam. He's fucking just. I'm like, fuck it, dude. I don't care.
I can't believe there wasn't more out fratricide during that. I mean, if you think about the complicated movements that we made, and this is all in the middle of a war, and just all the moving pieces going, back and forth. The fact that there wasn't more casualties from fratricide just is completely mind blowing.
Yeah, and again, that's the kind of stuff what happens when. Remember, our plan going into Al Hamza was 2nd platoon was secure the bridge, 1st platoon go forward, 3rd platoon go left, and 2nd platoon cross the bridge. They didn't stop at the bridge, whatever in that first track ended up taking that RPG, and then it was game on after that. So that, if you would have secured the bridge, would that have happened? Who knows? You would have come across these dudes sooner or later anyways.
And that was the town after we had secured it, where the locals were coming out telling all the Marines that they needed to take a shower. Does anybody remember that?
Saddam City, Nate. That was that house that you and I set up our machine gun on top of the roof overlooking the bridge. The lady inside it was like, we're looking at them like they're third world country, like, damn, when was the last time they showered? And they're like, do you want to wash in our shower? Like, because we were dirty. We hadn't showered in over, just short of a month.
Yeah. When you sit in it all day, every day, you don't recognize it. But as we got there, I do recall them saying that. And then, of course, when we finally were able to get our hair cut, remember everybody had mud caked on. And then we were able to take that first shower, and we had to put back on our dirty camis. Yeah. But it still felt amazing to be able to do that.
So I don't know about y'all, but when we were at the cigarette factory, was the first time I think I got new socks. We got those like amputee socks, the white socks, and all my socks before that were all the socks I had during the invasion, right? And it's like you couldn't do the laundry, so it's like you're wearing the same 2 or 3 socks the whole time, and these things could stand up on their own, right? Well, we had a little fire going at the cigarette factory. And I remember I got these new amputee socks, and I put them on, and I threw my socks from the invasion into the fire, and they go like they were alive and possessed, man. They were like squealing once they hit the flames. It was crazy. There was so much built up skin in that sock that is just disgusting.
Man, we would take those stock. I remember what you're talking about, and before putting them on, we would rub them together to try to make them at least somewhat soft and flexible from where they were before we put them on. And that's when everybody started getting trench foot. I think a huge majority of the company had trench foot. I remember guys walking around and you could see the pain as they're limping on their feet, trying not to show it when we're not in an actual combat situation. That was brutal, though. I can't even imagine. Like we look at some of the things that we went through, and in comparison to, I don't know about everyone else here, but after going through it, and as I've gotten older, I've become more fascinated in history and studying some of the other wars that Americans have been involved in, and looking at what those guys did during the Civil War or not the Civil War, I'm sorry, World War I, when they were in the trenches and their feet were just soaked the entire time. Yeah. That had to be absolute misery. I can't even possibly fathom what that was like. But we had a small taste of it with that experience that you were talking about.
Yeah, we were dirty and fucking nasty, 100%.
Yeah, I cover that a little bit in the notes where we're out. We did a stop it and rounded up. There was a RPG and a mortar position we were rounding up. I think this also is the place where we found the 57 millimeter battery, where they had pallets of ammunition stacked next to the guns, ready for use for anti-aircraft, and we ended up blowing that up. But before that, we ended up taking some smaller spire, emptying out, and chasing some dudes down. And it was night. And I remember getting a radio and a RPG bag out of this little shit creek, and my slipped in. So my left foot got totally submerged. I was telling Brett about this, where the water went inside and got my entire foot wet. So now going through the rest of the evening, the rest of the morning, we make our first stop, and that's when Lance Corporal White got shot by the accidental discharge. I call it accidental because it wasn't.
Yeah, it was M9 because I remember fucking. He was with.
Yeah, I pulled it out of the holster, and it was off safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looked like he was hitting the back of it or something with his elbow. Somebody explained to me that he was trying to reach something.
I don't want to be the person that says shit like this, but I don't know, man. Go ahead, Nate.
I was gonna say, who jumped off the Amtrak and shot themselves in the leg with the 9mm that was in their holster?
That might have been White.
I was told probably White. Yeah.
Was it? Adam, what were you saying? You cut out.
Doc, that would explain it. If he did jump off, that would make more sense than what I was told.
Adam, you're muted.
Yeah, I think he's muted. Yeah.
You're still muted, Adam.
Micah and Fish left. Are they done or what?
I'm not sure. What happened to Dorenzo? Did he take off? He has some wild stories.
He couldn't get his comms up and running, unfortunately.
Fuck, I haven't talked to him in a while. Jesus.
Yeah, there was when we were at I'm pretty sure it was Dorenzo when we were at the pistol factory. And there were a few individuals that were watching our location on the front post. I don't remember what position it was. I know each post had its own number. And he took off after them and came back with them. And I think he did it by himself. Did he get in trouble for that?
So I talked to Dorenzo. It was either yesterday or the day before. It's the first time I talked to him since, back then. I just finally reconnected with him. And, he was telling me that story. He's like, I captured 2 guys by myself.
I never heard that story.
I didn't either, man. Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. There was another time. Where were we when we were doing that sweep? We had all the vehicles in the center, and everybody was pushed out, and we were sweeping, and we were looking for weapon caches.
So the story with that was now this is post invasion. So we transitioned into security and stability operations. And the big threat back then at this particular time was not IEDs. IEDs weren't a thing at the time. And they were going on overpasses and shooting RPGs on convoys that were, rolling by, right? So we rolled up to help out some Army National Guard MP. Maybe they weren't National Guard, but they were an Army MP unit. And they had gotten hit, and one of their soldiers was killed from one of these attacks. So they had reached out to us. We were the closest infantry unit by. We rolled up there and we rolled deep, and we got online and we pushed through this large area. There was these big hay stacks and stuff. And our guys found huge enemy weapons caches. We took 6 military age males that were associated with these caches as prisoners of war, and loaded them up on our 7 tons. And we took them back to Hilla for interrogation. And that's what that was.
And I have a story about that with Dorenzo. When they had found, they were pulling out these trash bags filled with fully loaded magazines, as well as plenty of rifles. And I don't remember which officer it was, but there was an officer there, myself and Dorenzo. There were a few others, but I don't remember who. And probably roughly 50 meters away, there was 3 guys watching us. And Dorenzo calls it out and tells the officer that was with us. He says, there's 3 guys checking out what we're doing. And the officer says, don't look. When I tell you to, I want you to go apprehend them. You and Shomer. Go. And so like once he said go, we took off. And there was a line of bushes. So once they went around the bushes, we couldn't see them. And all I was thinking as we ran around that corner, I thought we were going to get blasted. But we ran around the corner and it was almost like a hallway because there was another line of vegetation or bushes and they had stopped at the other side. So once we ran around, they didn't think we were going to continue chasing them. And we got around the corner and they were like, oh, hey, sorry. And then we apprehended them. But that was a very interesting moment. And again, when you watch movies, right, at least for me, I watch movies and I think, wow, that looks pretty realistic. But then when things happened in the real world, I would often think, oh, it's just like a movie. I don't know if any of you felt the same thing or thought the same.
I felt the same way during the invasion. I mean, obviously there was just, destroyed vehicles and bodies all over the place during the invasion. And,
So
I remember seeing this.
so
We were all
many
young men.
chopped up motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, dude, I'm seeing this and I'm like, this doesn't even look real to me. It looks like a freaking scene out of a movie. And I'm grateful that, we were as young as we were, because if I had to go through the same exact thing, and this is where, I envy or, I feel bad for Arch, because he was our age now, back then. But like, I think about it now, I got young kids and seeing some of the stuff I saw back then, I was able to process that easily as a young man. But if I were to go back to the same thing, seeing, like bodies the same age as my children that unfortunately were just casualties of war, man, that would have a lot more impact on me now than it did back then, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And I think when you were talking about earlier where we were sent back to the rear, and as we were driving by, they were cheering us on. When we did that U-turn, wasn't someone roughly a few moments before we did that turn ran over by one of the Amtraks? And I think someone in our platoon had taken a photo of it.
Damn.
I remember seeing it.
Like a Haji was smashed into bits?
Yeah,
Adam, you're muted.
It looked like jelly.
Yeah, they called him Pancake Man. Adam, you're muted. I know you're trying to say something.
Is he still muted? I think he's
muted.
not. It's just not coming through. Put your thumb if you're unmuted.
You got headphones, dude?
Yeah, he's unmuted. It's just not coming through.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, maybe be logging off and logging back.
There you go. Yeah. Pop back in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say this story because I can't verify it for 100% sure, but yes, an enemy combatant was ran over by an AAV and he was completely flattened, and his nickname was Pancake Man. There were several Marines were referring to him. Did you see Pancake Man?
He's still fucking no calm.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had the ability to roam the entire column, being either in the Humvee at times, and then I transfer back to the tracks when we're going through blocking positions in towns. But going through what you're talking about, I was there. I saw the buses. I saw the kids. I saw the Pancake Man. I mean, unfortunately, because you got to make sure what's the story here is what's going on. Sometimes you get told it's none of your business, go away. So it's just the way it is.
Adam, I think your comm's up.
Good. I just switched to my phone. That's how tertiary comms are coming for the win here.
There you go. Good.
That's what I'm on right now.
Yeah, I was excited to talk about the Pancake Man, and we hadn't talked about that guy yet. He got ran over like 20 times, and we're talking about things looking like a movie. He legitimately looked like a cartoon character.
Mm-hmm.
Because we'd ran him over. Well, I did not, but I saw, we did circles on him I
I
forget
didn't
why
mean
we
to-
had to double back.
Laugh about that. He looked like a cartoon character.
It makes me wonder if some of these things are just natural ways of coping with something so extreme. You know, we come up with these different nicknames, and just like Brent was saying, as you get older, you become more mature, you have a family, you start looking at things from a completely different perspective. But during that time, I remember I was relating it in my head to the movie, because I just watched this movie before we went on deployment. I believe I did, unless I'm mistaken, but I'm pretty confident that I watched the movie 13 Ghosts.
Jesus.
Yeah, and there's one scene where a person gets split in half by a giant like window that kind of cuts through them, and they fall apart. You see, and I remember when I was watching that, thinking, "Wow, that looks so real." They've done such a great job making that look real. And then when we saw things like people ripped in half, or burning bodies, or destroyed vehicles, there was a bus, I think, on that convoy that we even got photos of, Brent. As we were driving down, we saw it up in the distance, and we both, I'm pretty sure we both had those little wind up cameras at the time.
Yeah, the Kodak cameras.
Prepped. I wonder how it is now with people on deployment. They take their iPhones with them. I mean, how does that work now?
I don't know, but most of the photos I showed you guys tonight, most of them are mine. Not all of them, but most of them are mine, and they were all taken with the little disposable wind-up camera. So,
I think some of mine were stolen because the person was like, I tried to like, I had like there were like 24 exposures, and I'm like, I think like at least 15 of them were like just dissected bodies of people. Like I felt like I was like a war correspondent, and I was like taking pictures, and I'm like, man, and I take it in there, and the dude gives me back like 8 photos, and I'm like, where's the others? And he's like, oh yeah, they didn't come out. I'm like, he must have just took them, and like, look at this shit. You know what I mean?
They even have certain policies on where you can give photos of certain things. I mean, I don't know how that works back when you had to take it to Walgreens or CVS.
Yeah, that's exactly where I took it. Yeah.
Develop, yeah, because the one that I have of that bus that we were just talking about, you can barely tell what's going on in that photo. But a lot of the other photos are more clear. And I just, you know, in my head, oh, okay, it's probably sand, you know, the dust or whatever from the sandstorms got in the camera, so it wasn't as clear, but who knows?
yeah.
That's why I joke about the digital camera. I was lucky enough to get one before we left, and it only held like 70 shots. It was not very large capacity like they have now. And I thought I was high speed, you know, but it was a big bulky thing, you know, just like a Kodak box, but it was, you know, no different. It had it tucked away right here.
Oh, and side note, whose idea was it for us to dig fighting holes into a waste dump? Does anybody know?
Were you gone?
I would just have to refer back to your platoon commander.
Oh, did you guys talk about that already?
Yeah, that's when you were gone. We hit that.
I missed it. Bummer.
Yeah.
But who came up with that position? Was it just because that's where we stopped, so that was the best option? Or was it for us to dig fighting holes into a waste dump?
That's
right.
Lorenzo right there, dude.
Lorenzo, you got to mute.
Lorenzo, I could already tell with your like the beard on his face.
Yeah, that's when you were gone. We hit that.
Holy shit.
I missed it. Bummer.
Yeah, I don't think he's
Long time no see, dude.
Yeah, someone video in the background.
It's Dorenzo. I don't know if he's got good audio, so I can't bring him in unless he's got headphones or something on. So, yeah, I got a funny story about the disposable cameras. So I had, you know, we didn't have internet cafes and stuff back in the, you know, 03 and whatnot. So I had mailed my disposable cameras home, and my mom actually told me later on, she's like, you know, when we got those, we took them in to get them developed, and we had to tell the person that's developing them that, you know, hey, my son sent me these cameras from Iraq. She's like, I don't know what's on it, but, you know, can you please develop it? So,
did you get all the exposures?
Yeah, I did. But like Nate said, like the bus, which was probably one of the worst of those other things I took a picture of, you can't make out really what's in there. So that's probably for the better.
I remember talking about that though with you, dude. You remember I was telling you like all of those dudes were just crumpled at the front of it, and then there was that one guy in the middle that was just seared to like the perfect char of a fucking, you know, like barbecue. And it, like
how I describe it to people is like that scene from Terminator 2 when she's having the flashback of the nuclear explosion and like she's on the fence.
Like,
that's what it looked like. Like people were in the window like this.
Yeah. There was
So-
like one dude just sitting there. Like to me, like I remember the one dude just sitting there like, fuck it. Allah, I'm ready to die. You know what I mean? I'm like, holy shit. This dude just didn't give either he was asleep or he was just ready to take it. Like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, damn,
So,
dude.
what I think that is I want to say that was the day after that night where we were in the defense just outside of Nazariya, and it was like, heavy fog and you couldn't see, and then we were told that like an Iraqi division was going to hit us that night, and they were on the way, and then fucking Cat and the tanks just opened up on this long convoy that was coming up a road, and that was like the aftermath. So I don't know if those were Iraqi soldiers like packed into a bus or what, but that was pretty wild.
Like you were saying it was Cat. I was told it was LAR, dude. That's what I remember.
Could have been. Could have been.
I remember
that was Cat that night. That was actually Staff Sergeant Smith, who I think got one of his Navy Crosses or Silver Stars for some of the actions that night. And then the following day, LARs went cleaned them up and left everybody that was still alive. And there's more, another regiment that came down that they turned to the Swiss cheese. And so the night prior was, the first night where, I thought we were going to like eat it because we were getting told there was like a regiment coming down on us. And we couldn't see with that giant sandstorm. And then the following morning's the one that, Harmon, almost drowned in, 2 inches of water. And then, that following morning after Cat had swept through and turned everything to Swiss cheese is where I had my epic gun battle with my fully loaded 9mm that I'd ever fired around until Peter saved me.
So I got a funny story I got to tell real quick.
Peters, dude. God damn, I haven't fuck, dude.
Hey, am I muted?
No, you're good, man. You're good.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
I appreciate it.
I got to tell a story, and I'm gonna turn it over to you, man, so you can catch up. But it's the night. It's that night we're talking about in the defense where you can't see like 5 feet in front of you, and Nate.
Yeah, who fell in that puddle?
Harmon.
Harmon. All right.
Harmon.
I remember the splash. I couldn't see shit.
So Nate and I are in the defense, right? We're in this fighting position. There's one more guy with us. I think it was Lopez, and we're in a machine gun position. And our company gunny comes running up out of nowhere. And you got to remember, like this is back before every Marine had MVGs, right? So it's like we had one pair of 7 Bravos. I was a team leader at the time, so I had the 7 Bravos. We had a pair of I think 17 Charlies on our M240 Golf, and then that was it. That was the only night vision we had in our team, and you couldn't see shit in the weather conditions. And all of a sudden, our company gunny comes running out of nowhere. He drops. He's got like 6 fucking ammo cans, a 7.62 freaking linked, and drops it in our fighting hole. And he's like, "We're supposed to get hit by an enemy regiment. Kill anything in front of you and don't leave your fucking hole." And then he runs off. And we're like, holy shit. And you can't see 5 feet in front of you. And yeah, that was that night. And Nate and I were like, holy fuck, dude.
That night, wow. You say 5 feet, it wasn't even like I remember I put my hand in front of my face and I couldn't see my hand, and I didn't even think that was possible.
There was something that happened that night that I remember, but I wish I could remember what it was. But there was something in front of the lines.
But it was pitch black.
It was pitch black, but there was
it rained too, right? Because someone was walking around passing out the MREs for the evening, and someone said, "Oh, well, it can't get much worse than this." And then it started to rain, pitch black. A regiment is headed in our direction. I fall asleep. Machine gun disappears. I mean, that was great.
Didn't a truck get lit up by a tow that night coming into our lines?
I think didn't artillery hit them?
No, I think I remember a tow lighting up a truck.
Yeah, that was all Cat. That was Cat Bravo, and led by Staff Sergeant Smith, who needs no introduction to this crew.
Yeah, that was a wild night. Absolutely wild. Yeah, and we were I was super delusional the entire time. That sleep deprivation really got to me. I mean, I like my 9 hours every night. So when we were getting 30 minutes here and there, my brain was not functioning. And I had fallen asleep. I think I even at one point stood up because I was worried I was going to fall asleep, and I still fell asleep. And then I woke up, and this was probably about 2 weeks prior to that. Which officer was going around waking everybody up, telling us that we were getting attacked?
ZXO.
It was the
Lieutenant Shaw.
Yeah, no. Was it? Was that what it's? The Force Recon dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was our XO.
And
Yeah.
he compared that to our
He chewed my ass one time on ship for messing with my magazine and my 9mm outside of his holster, and it was it hurt.
Well, when he came to our fighting position and he woke us up and he said, "We're getting attacked! We're getting attacked! We're getting attacked!" And Downey and I jump up. I think Lopez was on fire watch at that point, and I'm trying to grab my rifle, and he says, "We don't have time." And I'm thinking, well, I kind of need that at least. And we get down into position, and Lopez moves over to the side because Downing was the gunner, and he jumps on the machine gun. And the XO looks at him and he says, "We're not getting attacked, but look at you. You're the worst one. You're on the gun and you're not in uniform." And you're like, "Oh, I wasn't on post." And Lopez was the only one in full gear. And he's like, "You need to have your boots on. You need to have your flat Kevlar, everything ready to go." And then that leads us back to the night that we were just talking about. Downing was ready to go. After that point, every night, he had flat Kevlar helmet, boots, everything. He was rifle just like this. And so when he woke us up and he said, "We're getting attacked," I woke up and I took my optics and I'm looking around and the machine gun was gone. And Downing jumps up. He's in position. He's like, "Get the gun." He's ready, locked and loaded. And I'm looking and my heart just dropped down to my gut because the machine gun was missing. And I don't even remember what happened at that point, but they took the machine gun from the position because I fell asleep. I'm putting out my own dirty laundry right now. But do you remember what happened after that point?
So there was 2 times. One was early on in the invasion. It was like one of the first nights. I was actually on the gun. I was the one that was up there, and you and Lopez were in your sleep systems with your boots off right now. So you got, again, going back, like, we went through School of Infantry, checked into the fleet, and then next thing you know, a month later, we're on a ship going there. Not much training. The only major training we had was SOI, and then we did training on ship, and then a little bit of training in Kuwait, and then the invasion kicked off. So when you're in the rear and you're training in the rear, like when you get in your sleeping bag, your boots are off, dudes are getting. So the very first night of the invasion, I'm on the gun and the XO is walking by and he sees these 2 freaking devil dogs in a sleeping system, right? And he just starts shaking the shit out of them. Like, "Wake the fuck up." And I'm on the gun. He's like, "We're getting attacked. We're getting attacked." And I'm on the gun. I'm like looking out. I'm like, "There ain't no enemy out there. What's he talking about?" And I'm like looking over my shoulder, and he's shaking the shit out of their fucking fart sacks, And these 2 are like rolling out of them, and they're in their silkies, And they come running up like, Nate's got a rifle, silky, skivvy shirt, and a fucking Kevlar, and he like gets on the gun, and I think I was a team leader at the time, so I actually rolled over, and the gunner got on the gun, right? So I get on top of him as a team leader, and here I am on top of a gunner who's, silkies, fucking no shoes on, Kevlar, skivvy shirt, and that's when he started to yell at us. So
That's Lopez was the gunner. I was the ammo man. You were the leader. Okay. Yeah.
So that was the first time. So then I was just like, lesson
learned.
learned.
A phrase though you probably all heard. I don't know if I can say it here, but you ever heard 2 turtles fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Turtle fuck, man. We know how turtle fuck happens.
What's unfortunate is it would, and maybe it's not unfortunate, maybe there's an opportunity, but it'd be great to talk about multiple deployments with you guys, because everybody I see here, First Sergeant Archibald, were you with us in 2004?
Major Archibald.
Yeah, I was.
Sergeant Major, sorry.
I was with a headquarters company, 1-4.
Okay.
I went from Bravo company between deployments to headquarters company, and then when we got back from OIF2, I went to headquarters regiment.
The Renzo. So most of these guys, except for Adam, have done an interview with me where we go through like their whole career. So
no, I was there. I was there in Novjev with you though.
Yeah,
I got you.
We're just trying to keep it to OIF1 because it's 20-year anniversary.
No, I understand.
20 fucking years ago. That's
I was unfortunately there. I was with the my XO Toby Flynn and Sergeant Rocha when he got shot. Matter of fact, the same burst that killed Sergeant Rocha impacted right in front of my face. That's where I went into that shock I talked about. All this combat experience at that point. This is all I have two now. That burst just impacts right on my face, right on the plate sheet, that plate armor, and spalls. That spalling that goes on off it. The metal just slapped me in the face, and I didn't register. And then I hear Corman up, and I thought it was for me. then I look up and they're working on Sergeant Rocha. So I understand the, you know, the multiple deployments just doesn't, you know, reason we're bringing up OIF-1, I think I wanted to document a little bit, is because it's overlooked so much for what was accomplished. We actually overran an entire country as peacefully or as safely as we could with, you know, in as short a time as we could with some pretty severe opposition, not just from the Iraqis, but from, remember, all the Arab world was sending their fighters there. It wasn't just Iraqis. These were the
Training
world
ground. It was a training ground.
criminals fighting back against us, more or less. But you know, in hindsight, who knows? You know, they were giving up their resources.
Well, if you can think about, like, just as a modern example, like Ukraine, right? You have all the Western nations, you have volunteers flooding there to, you know, fight on the side of Ukraine against the Russians, right? Well, flip the script, you know, we're invading Iraq, and it's like the whole Muslim world, you know, everyone that's against us is flooding there to fight us. So
yeah, also to get experience in fighting, like how we fight. Like that's the same thing, man. Like they're learning how we fight, how to, you know, maneuver around us and you know, use IEDs, fucking, you know, guerrilla tactics, essentially. It's like, how do you defeat something that's better than you? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Arch, weren't you telling me that there was an EPW that spoke English? He's from, like, the U.S.?
Yeah, I remember talking to one. I think this was at the pistol factory. This was after we moved down to Hilla. And there were so many moving through there. I don't know why they had that set up there at the pistol factory, but it was only there for about 3 weeks, and then it got moved after. There was a guy on a hunger strike there. One of the local, you know, heads of one of the families around there. And
No, he was diabetic. I know what you're talking about. He was diabetic,
yeah,
and he
was
didn't take his medication. I remember I had to go with Captain Gomez for that. Yeah, go ahead and continue on though. I remember that guy.
Oh yeah, that's the example like that. I mean,
Yeah.
and then people come looking for the family members, and you know, you don't know what to tell them because you don't know where they went, where they
But
took them.
he was
And after
dead.
they left us, who knows where they go?
Dead. He was dead for 30 days under the sun in like a 6-inch grave, and I had to go look at his body.
Oh, that's terrible.
No, it was Captain Gomez. Like we had to go find this guy because it was the governor's brother-in-law. I remember that because, like, it was me, Harmon, Peters. It was me, Harmon, Peters, and who else from fucking First? I can't remember. We were on
Yeah,
the
those kind of things went on. I mean, they're those kind of stories that you hear, because remember, this wasn't just straight up combat operations. We were doing security and stabilization after that,
and humanitarian.
after April. Yeah. So it was a different mission. I mean, we actually hired contractors. We started our own, what do you call it? Public utility service or trash service, right? Where we hired the Babylon Lions, right? As many young working age men that wanted to work to go pick up canals, clean up the canals, clean up bombed out buildings, stuff like that. You know, put them to work to make money, and they were willing to do that. We had a tragedy though, because we did have a bunch of those folks that were working for us. One of their drivers rolled one of the trucks into a canal, and 7 of the workers ended up drowning underneath the truck. And I remember being there for that, pulling those guys out of there. Those are the kind of tragedies that these guys are just trying to rebuild their lives, trying to provide for their families. And these kind of tragedies still happen regardless of good intentions or not.
Yeah, well, like on a caveat, sorry, Major, with the guy who died, like I remember when we were going to find, because of the Army, they have a corps of undertaker, I guess, like whoever, yeah, a corps, whoever disposes of bodies, you know, enemy combatants or whatever. And I remember we were going there, and like I hate to say it, but like it was like he was our CO at the time in OIF-1. I'm not even gonna say his name. Fuck that. I'm not gonna be that type of dude. But he's like, hey doc, you're medical. You could probably, like, he had this photocopy of this dude's face, like what he looked like.
Huh.
And I was like, okay, sure, yes, sir. And these Army dudes unzip this fucking body bag, and it's like, I tell people this, like a few people this, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, the dude looked like chicken noodle soup.
Yeah.
Like that's
No,
that's
no,
exactly
the
that's
better part of it.
yeah. I just looked at it and he's like, is that the dude? Is that the dude? I'm like, was he buried at this time? And I asked the guys and they're like, yeah, he was buried at the time this guy was brought here. Like he's dead. I was like, yep, that's the dude, sir. Like that's him. And like, here's the fucking stupidest shit about it is we bagged him up, put him on the 7-ton.
Take it back to the family, yeah.
Yeah, we took him back to the pistol factory where everybody at the time we were coming back. Remember when we were getting pistachio ice cream and shit? We were getting
Yeah,
like
that
ice
was
cream.
towards
Yeah.
the end of summer, yeah.
So we're coming back there, and it's like me, and I'm not even gonna fuck. I already told a couple of their names, but I got my fucking legs on top of this dude's body bag. We're in the 7-ton. It smells like shit. It's disgusting. And there's a couple of us. We're just eating power bars, and like a couple other dudes are like yakking, like dry heaving, and they're like, "What the fuck's wrong with you guys?" I'm like, I don't know, man. Like I've been here too long. You know what I'm saying, dude? I'm hungry as fuck. I gotta eat. It smells like shit. It smells like the whole rest of the country.
Yeah, I agree with you. We'd
Yeah.
at a certain point we should have been pulled out of there, but we weren't. And
I've actually got 2 stories, personal stories. I also was watching the stream earlier, and I appreciate Nate sharing those stories about capturing.
I was about to bring that up because I wanted to know,
It was me, you, and Bray, and Lieutenant Cuomo.
Now I want to hear your side of it because that's my memory. And
No, you basically got it right. I saw 2 faces floating in the grass, and I was just like, "Sir, we're being observed." And he had the 3 of us look one at a time. I think he looked as well. And then nobody saw anything. So he's like, "Dorenzo, take another look." And I looked again, and I saw a reflection. And I was like, "That's a motherfucking wristwatch." And I told him, "Yes, sir, we're definitely being observed." And he was like, "Go get him." And we ran, and the way you described it's basically how I felt about it. They didn't assume that they had been observed, so they weren't even in quickly. And we ran right up on them. But the one unfortunate thing is, though, is you always do after actions, and you could always do better. They had a vehicle. And I wasn't thinking about it. Was obviously they were moving back to the vehicle. I knew they had a vehicle because they had keys on them, vehicle keys. And it was like, what if we had just gone and searched their vehicle? But it got lost in the process. But the 2 stories I have is one's about Garza, Juan Guadalupe Garza, and that crazy day. And the other, well, let me start with that.
Please share that because we have not talked about that yet.
And I also hear your story about when you ran out and captured 2 guys solo when we were at the pistol factory.
Well, I called QRF for that, and Lieutenant Birdzell came up to my post. QRF went out and they started. It was a linear pursuit. The guys are running away, catch them. And so basically, Lieutenant Birdzell's like, "Come with me, Dorenzo," and he starts running towards the highway towards ECP-1. I was on ECP-2 Overwatch, which is basically an Overwatch position. And so I start following Lieutenant Birdzell, and he just starts that linear pursuit. And I was like, "Fuck this. I'm going to cross the highway," because I don't remember the cardinal directions, but they're going right. So I'm going to observe them once they're to the right. Once there's an opening, there was dead space with a village covering the area, if that makes sense. And so I went to the right of the highway and started moving down between these buildings next to a canal. And I observed the guys that were looking at us, watching our position in a village. They had already gotten there somehow. So basically, I was like, how am I going to get to them? So there was a bend in the canal. So I did a feint. I was like, I'm just going to cross the canal and then I'll be on the other side and then I'll come back on their side. It was like a perfect bend in the canal to do this. And then so I walked back down on their side of the canal and these assholes came up to me, the exact culprits that I was looking for. And they were like, "Mister, what are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm looking for Alibaba." And they were like, no Alibaba here. And I was like, you Alibaba. And it was pretty intense. I got them to interlock their fingers, put their hands on their head, get on their knees, and then I had my back to the canal. And I was there for some unknown amount of time before I decided I had to move. I thought that Lieutenant Birdsell would be like, I was with Lorenzo. We get to the limit of advance, and we're going to have to make some other decisions to find Lorenzo. But they got back to the fob without me. Anyways, so basically, I decide to move. I don't know how long I've been next to this canal. It's maybe been 15, 20 minutes. And I get them on the other side of the canal, and I'm coming back into ECP 1 when QRF's responding, and there's a Humvee coming down the road with a bunch of Marines looking for me. And they were basically in shock. They were like, this motherfucker got those dudes. And but when they asked me what happened, I was so excited and out of breath. I was incoherent. And it was just like, okay, killer, you got him, whatever.
Yeah, I remember that. I wasn't there for it, but I remember people talking about it. Did you hear Dorito just took off and captured 2 guys solo? And I'm thinking to myself, that is absolutely insane. Like, why would he do that?
Well, no, Lieutenant Birdsell called me off post. But I was trying to maneuver for observation and then give an adrac once we had linked back up. I figured they'd come around the same way these guys had gone, and I'd be like, they're over there, because I was in an observation position.
Yeah, all you guys did some pretty courageous, wild things when we were out there. Have any of you looked back on some of the stuff that you did and think to yourself, like, man, I am lucky that did not go south?
Oh, yeah. And then
for you. I know Adam has a few.
Yeah, I got plenty of them. I told Brett about one time with Joe Morales. We had just crossed the Diallo River, and that night we stayed at that Air Force colonel's house, and he had a stash of arms in his shed, RPGs and mortar rounds and machine gun rounds and all that stuff. So we blew it in place. Remember, by this time we were down to our engineers, so they were blowing everything up we could. So we packed that full, and we were about to pull out. We blew that thing up, and in the staging area, shit just started raining down from this house, from all the ammo that we blew. And I remember the CO yelling out, "Who the fuck just blew that shit up?" And I remember the first sergeant and company gun, and we're looking at each other, we're laughing like I said too, like. Because we're up underneath the bow of one of the AVs, and shit's raining down around us. We're just laughing our ass off. Like, oh shit, that was probably a little too much.
I've got a question about an explosion. Do any of y'all remember an explosion? It was maybe midway through the invasion where it was a massive mushroom cloud.
Yeah, that was the 57 millimeter battery we captured. It had, it probably had more, but I just counted up to 15 pallets of stacked ammunition, 5 feet tall. 57 aircraft clips. And what we did was we couldn't keep turning over because we were on the move. So we just packed as much around the tubes and on top of the pallets. And we gave the people, because it was around apartments. It was a palm grove, but it was around apartments. And the people started warning their own neighbors, they're going to blow this up. They're going to blow this up. And people just started emptying out the houses. And, by the time we're pulling away, that's when you saw that big explosion, because we lit that thing off. And secondaries going off, and a big old.
Okay, could I tell you from my vantage point, Sergeant Major, what happened when I saw it was I see a mushroom cloud, I hear an explosion, I feel the earth shake, and then a fucking hot air coming over my body from a far distance away. I was like, did we just nuke something?
Yeah, just about. That's it was a lot of ammo. It was a lot of ammo, but we couldn't just leave it in place because
I got you. But it was a massive explosion.
It was.
Yeah, and we were too close when that thing went off. We were not the safe K distance. With the K factor was not adhered to. That was
suck it up, Buttercup.
Combat close.
Where were we? There was that road. There was a straight road. There was a bunch of people at the end. I don't remember exactly what was taking place, but I do remember a young kid coming out, and I think he was missing one arm, and he was dancing. And we were in this position for a short period of time. I was with Miranda, I think, Downing. Am I correct? Was Miranda our squad leader, I think, at the time? Or he was a...
No, Carter was. Miranda was a team leader.
He was a team leader, that's right. And I was next. I was sitting next to him, and we looked up, and it looked like there was a mortar in the air. But now you can't really see a mortar flying through the air, can you? I don't think you can, right?
Yeah, you can.
You can?
Yeah, you can see a 60 in the air.
Okay, then maybe we did, because we saw something in the air, and it looked like it was going to come down on our position. And I was looking at him, trying to see what he was going to do, because I was going to follow his lead. He's looking at me to see what I'm going to do, because I guess he wanted to follow my lead, but I was the, boot private first class. And eventually he took off, so I followed him. But I don't remember what we were doing, why we were in that position, why there was a group of people, and especially why there was a kid that went ahead of the group and was dancing in the middle of the street. Does anybody else recall this and know what was taking place?
No, but I've got a story.
No, sorry, I don't.
It's about Garza. It's about Garza, and it actually kind of relates to your question earlier if things had gone differently, So this is the day we're crossing the bridge into Saddam City, and I think it was 2nd Platoon had advanced and encountered an enemy element, and we were trying to get back across the bridge and take positions. There was a hill next to the track, and basically Corporal Begay told me to climb this hill by myself, and the rest of the squad was going around the hill to God knows where, but he told me to get up there. So I followed orders, and when I got up to the top of the hill, there was a trench. And I'm an assaultman, so I have a small Mark 153 small and a 9mm. And now I'm clearing a trench by myself with a 9mm. And thank God there was nobody in it. We had just taken contact on the other side of the river, and this is like their secondary fighting position, And what ended up happening was I got in the trench and I just waited, and the Marines enveloped the hill and came up the other side. But in the process, Garza was killed, and I ended up carrying his rifle for the remainder of that engagement. But there's more to the story than that. I had actually had a conversation with him like the day before, and I just had this thought. I was like, man, I really hope this guy makes it out of here. And I had never had that thought before about anybody else. And the next day it was just like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was one of those bad luck experiences again, where we talked about not having the right gear or enough of the gear.
It was the same. It was the same.
We each only had one savvy plate,
Same
and
day it
it was your choice to where to put it. But unfortunately, put it in the wrong spot. We should have had more, but we had to do what we did, I guess.
Yeah.
He was a really good guy. He was a funny character. We also had at the time Staff Sergeant Collins, and they had an incredible dynamic. It was a lot of fun being in that squad.
Yeah, you guys got some good pictures on ship.
Yeah,
your team pictures and squad pictures. I remember going through every team and taking a team picture while we were on ship. I've got all that stuff, like I said, on the digital camera because I was able to offload it onto a disc, but I got to find all that stuff after 30 some years of moving around. I finally settled down, and now I got boxes to still unpacked and everything else. So that's how it started. This
time was that took place? I know it was with the bridge, and we were in that town for a few hours, and that's what we were talking about earlier, Brent, where they said that we stunk. But when was that? How far into the invasion was that?
I think that was Saddam City.
That was on April 8th.
It was
on April 8th.
like when Sergeant Major just says Hassan. It's Hassan Al Hamza Al Ubaidi is exactly Hassan Al Hamza Al Ubaidi is exactly what it was. And I God, this is fucking gonna make me feel uncomfortable. I asked remember those fucking GPS things that you could graph coordinates and like hold on to them, those big ass things we had?
Yeah, plugger.
Yeah, and Harvey had one, and fucking I remember coming back to Harvey after we fucking put Garza on the track to take him back and shit. And not to sell that short at all, I got a whole story about that myself. Is I just told Harvey, I was like, dude, what is this place called? And he said it's Hassan Al Hamza Al Ubaidi, and these are the grid coordinates. I was like, remember these coordinates, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I got it on a Thomas guide. That's how I remembered
Yeah.
it too.
And I fucking I don't forget that shit. That was April 8th, 2003, man. Like that never escapes me ever.
Yeah, that was right after, who was it? Corporal Link had been shot just about 20 minutes before off a ricochet, hit his neck, and we ended up evacuating him. And the company gunny and I were both at the XO's track when the call came in about PFC Garza, and we raced over there on the XO's track. And I think you were already there, right, working on it. But there's I don't think.
Yeah,
I mean,
he like Dorenzo said, like when Dorenzo like went up to a hill and cleared something in the trench, like they had already made positions. Garza was already in a pre-made fighting hole. It wasn't like the best at all. It was probably maybe a foot and a half deep.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when I first I was down, like when you were talking about calling for mortar fire down where like mortars was set up. There was machine gunners, like I was saying, like fucking what they were talking about. There was an actual Abrams tank. Do you guys remember that?
Who?
Do you remember the Abrams tank?
Yeah, on the bridge.
Yeah, that was like right across from the bridge, and it was fucking firing across, just like fucking going to town.
Yeah,
Like,
and then we did a sweep with the Abrams down the street later.
yeah, but what I'm saying is like when the first time I heard Corman up, I was like fucking like where? And they're like up there, up there, up there, you know? And I'm like, fuck it. So I start running, going up the hill, and the Abrams fires, and I fucking dropped to the ground because I'd never heard or seen that thing fire, and it scared the fuck out of me. So I fucking dropped and rolled, and then like I'm looking around, and it was like, I think it was either you, Sergeant Major, or it was fucking first or Sergeant Major Morales was like they were pointing like up further, so I ran up there, and it was Garza up there, and then Campbell was like fucking in another position to the left of that, and that was fucking just crazy as fuck to me. But like
and again, it's as John pointed out, second platoon wasn't supposed to cross that bridge. They were just supposed to secure the bridge. And that first track that went over got hit in the bow plane by an RPG, which disabled it, but it didn't hurt anybody inside. But they were lucky that was the only RPG that hit, because it hit, and again, just about 4 inches from the right side of the end bow plane. It hit, and then the spalling didn't penetrate the hull. Does that make sense? Because there's a gap between the bow plane and the hull, and it penetrated the bow plane but didn't penetrate the hull.
Absolutely, I know what. Yeah,
and I've got one great thing to say about Garza. Before he got hit, and we were in, I think my track actually got on the other side of the river for a little while because what rank did Staff Sergeant Collins get out as, just out of curiosity? Sergeant Major?
Yeah, probably Sergeant Major. I haven't talked to him.
Sergeant Major.
Yeah, so Sergeant Major Collins was talking to Garza about how many kills they had. And I don't remember exactly. It was in the movement back, but it was a high kinetic area.
Yeah. You weren't supposed to cross the bridge. That wasn't the plan.
And Garza was like, I got 3. And Sergeant Major Collins is like, I got 8, bitch. I also saw Sergeant Major Collins take out 2 guys on the run one time with 2 rounds apiece. And they were like 100. He had taken Gonzo's A4 with the RCO. We had one DM per squad at the time. And Gonzo was it. And Sergeant Major Collins took his rifle and he's like, watch this. And there were these two individuals on the run that had just engaged us. And he took them both out with 1 round apiece on the run.
Yeah.
And I was like, that is a professional Marine right there.
I remember we at the end.
I think all of you are professional Marines.
Yeah,
To
I
be
think
quite honest.
Sergeant Collins ended up getting submitted.
To be
for
absolutely
Silver
fucking
Star.
fair about it.
What'd you say, Arch?
I said I think Staff Sergeant Collins at the time was one of the Marines that was submitted for a Silver Star in the battalion for some of his actions with the platoon. Again, first platoon was in a lot of engagements. Just happened to be that way, I guess, more aggressive in some respects with Lieutenant Cuomo and Staff Sergeant Collins as two alpha males running the show, So
That's one thing that blew my mind. At least looking back at it now, in those early days, OAF 1, OAF 2, some of the amazing stuff that had transpired during these operations, and relatively not much recognition for it. When you look, I see all these like Army officers that like every single Army officer that served overseas like got a Bronze Star.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it's you think about some of the stuff the individual Marines were doing during the invasion, or OIF 2, even Fallujah for that matter, and just the lack of recognition. And I think that's a service problem on our end.
Well, it goes deeper than that. You saw that in Afghanistan, flights going out to just so Pogues can get a combat action ribbon. They hope they get shot at, from a stray mortar round or some spray rifle fire, so they can say they got shot at. That happens a lot.
Not to interject, Sergeant Major, but like Brent, fucking when you were talking, was it Sergeant Major Bunnell? Fucking when was he Sergeant Major when he got out?
No, Master Sergeant.
Master Sergeant, yeah. He fucking. I remember him. That dude was awesome as shit. Fucking, but like he was talking about on a couple of your episodes about fucking some of the people he was trying to write up or things that he'd seen, and they're like, it has to be an officer, it has to write that. I'm like, that's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Well,
it's like, how the fuck is that even a thing? Like this dude did this crazy ass thing, and you guys are like, it's not that good. Like, are you fucking out of your mind? These are the people you trained to do exactly what you told them to do. Like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like that. That's a little.
We try to get as much out as we could, and again, there wasn't any quotas or anything like that. But the higher awards you go, the harder it is to get approved, because you got to go beyond the battalion commander or the regimental commander who wasn't there.
Absolutely certain, but like what Brent's saying is like fucking. There's multiple Marines and fucking just
Like, think on a grander scale, like how many Marines have been awarded the Medal of Honor in the global war on terrorism? Is there two? Two I can think of off the top of my head.
2, I think.
Just 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 20 years of war in the global war on terrorism, and the United States Marine Corps only awards 2 Medals of Honor. Like, there's no freaking way. There's no way.
Yeah,
so
in a lot of ways, what we saw in OIF 1 was it's a totally different operation than OIF 2. And you guys understand it. When we talk about close quarters combat, that was OIF 2. What we saw in OIF 1 was huge armored columns pushing, any opposition forward. Two different operations, 2 different fights, 2 different deployments. And again, but I didn't want this one to be overlooked. It's a 20-year anniversary. And I think 18, 19, 20-year-olds, you're never going to get the recognition. The Corps doesn't work like that. And if you're looking for recognition, you obviously came to the wrong place, because that's the way the Marine Corps operates. We do more with less, and that's what it's always been that way. And I think it's always going to be that way. Although they do have some pretty sexy gear now. I don't know,
Yeah, I just think
I was a Cold War guy, so the woodland camis, the black boots, and the steel pot when I started out was the way it works.
I know I think we'll wrap up this awards conversation, but and then we'll move on to something else. But I think the Marine Corps severely underdoes it, and then the Army severely overdoes it. So it's just my 2 cents on that. But anyways, I want to.
Part of it is
100% agree. 100% agree.
Most of it starts with the platoon sergeant, platoon commander recognizing a Marine for some of the stuff, but it only takes 2 or 3 witnesses to do a sworn statement to say, hey, this guy achieved this and this, and platoon commander writes up the award. And it depends on your leadership. It really does. Some are really good at it, recognizing Marines, and some are really poor at it, recognizing Marines. And it really does go back to the level of leadership that each team had or each platoon had. I know we did almost 160 awards out of the company, personal awards, a lot of CERTCOMs, a lot of Navy achievements with V's, a lot of clowns with V's. I think a lot of the officers got. There's a few staff NCOs got Bronze Star. I didn't. I was just I'm an arty guy. I didn't, I'm just trying to make my way through this. That's the way I felt about it. I just want to see the other side.
I've got a pretty controversial story that about a promotion that people assumed I had got it for one reason, being promoted to Lance Corporal.
Meritoriously?
And I'm sorry?
Meritoriously?
No, it was time. Yeah, that's what they had assumed had happened. But I was a squad leader in boot camp, and I'd been meritoriously promoted in boot camp, so my promotion cycle was a little different.
Right. Yeah, that's a good deal.
But Adam probably recalls when we had heard shots fired by that gas station.
You talking about the time you murked like 3 dudes in the neck?
2 dudes. But what do you remember from that, Adam?
I just remember I was the patrol leader for that. Lieutenant Cap was trying to get me leadership experience, and I was in the rear with the leadership, and there were shots fired, and then you, in typical Drenzo fashion, like ran beyond the friendly line of fire and murked like 3 dudes in the neck. When I got up there, was a bunch of dead dudes, like typical Drenzo.
That is, I like how you call them dead dudes. That's what they.
Well, I remember the one had a geyser out of his neck. He was the process of bleeding out, but it was like it's a very interesting way to bleed out.
And when was this? Where were you guys at?
We were at the company was at the pistol factory. We were doing patrols out of there. So it was a football patrol about 3 clicks away. And
was Maher a part of that too? Maher.
Yeah, he was. It was me and Maher on a.
Were you guys both murking dudes or what?
No, Maher went left. I went right. Okay. I kind of wish I followed him, because the real story is the guys we murked were cops. Yeah. But the thing is they were assholes murdering civilians. So fuck them.
And they had also shot at us.
Yeah, they what basically happened is once it was at a gas station, and
yeah, I remember everybody said Maher was the one that fucking smoked those guys. I remember that for the longest time. I'm gonna let you continue on your story, but I remember everybody's like, Maher just smoked all these dudes. I was like, okay.
It was D.
Yeah, it was me, man. It was 2 cops. The first one, so to paint the picture, is basically there is we were at an LPOP at this gas station, me and Maher, and we were there because of rioting. And we had done work. It was just when the invasion had just finished, basically, when we had just got to the pistol factory. So we hadn't been there for long, and they hadn't reestablished police force as very well. They just employed people and gave them AKs. So, but we were accustomed to hearing them blow whistles to know that they were doing some sort of operation in our area to demitigate the potential for fratricide, but these guys weren't being professional, basically. So there's several rows of cars, and on the outside row of cars next to this gas station, they confront an individual because he has a Suburban, and they tell them and they tell him that he's a bath party guy and that they're going to take his vehicle. Then they shoot in the air. I heard weapons. I recognized all the weapons fire came from the same weapon for single action fire. So they basically, this is kind of an assumption, but I heard shots fired, and that's what I responded to, but it was all from the same weapon. And the vehicle decided to flee. After they decided to flee, these guys are like, we're just going to light them up. And as the first shots happened, I started movement to contact in an aggressive, over-penetrating, stupid fucking kind of way. And I popped out from the cars, and there was a police officer in the kneeling.
Yeah, sorry.
There was a police officer in the kneeling, and he was squeezing off a burst, and it was directly in line with me. And I suppressed the urge to flinch. And in my head, I said, if I was hit, I would be down. If I was hit, I'd be down. And so I engaged him. I popped him one time with iron sights, and he just went down immediately. So that was an easy process. You know, I hit him in the neck, and that's why Adam's talking about I hit him in the neck. So basically then I go around the corner of the car, and there's another individual firing his AK in my direction, and I hit him like 5 times, but before he went down, and then he goes down. So then the rest of the squad shows up, and I go back to the first individual that I had shot, and he's bleeding out of the neck. And he has a heartbeat still because his blood's coming out in spurts. It's coming out the left side of his neck. And I'm looking at him, and all of a sudden it turns into a stream. And it's like I realized that his heart had just stopped. And I literally saw the light leave this guy's eyes. And he also had an erection. So he probably felt pretty good at going out. I don't know.
No, dude, that's just the thing that happened. He shit his pants and pissed his pants too. Good night,
but
buddy.
it was I watched his heart stop, and I watched the light leave his
I like
eyes.
how you fucking know that he's like he had an erection after he died.
No, I noticed it though. You know what I mean? I was just like, what the fuck?
Holy shit. No, I think I was there at that same place, dude. Because I remember shit was going on, like everybody was like, Mar just killed like 2 people. I was like, damn, really? Like we're like trying to we're trying to swim through everybody at this gas station.
I've never told that story before, really to anyone, man.
Yeah, oh, my bad, Brent, dude. But I was just saying the gas station, there were so many people who were just trying to distill gas. So like we're inundated with people in the patrol. It's just like fuck. Yeah.
I've got another story about a gas station. It was one that Lance Corporal Dave Moscos had gotten some of weapons. We were at the date factory, I think. And
Moscos mouse, dude. I love him.
And Moscos was like, we're going QRF to the gas station, and the gas station was to the left, the gas station that we had always gone to, and this other previous event I mentioned happened at. And so we get in this van full of police, and we get out the ECP, and we take a right. And Moscos we're just looking at him for direction. And we go for a few miles, and then he starts to give us this like little spiel on taking the bus down potentially if it's a trap, you know. But then all of a sudden we see another gas station, and we realize that, you know, we are actually responding to something. And it was several Marines from Weapons Platoon. But basically, I lit a cigarette, and I was by myself at the gas station. I think the Marines had gone into the building to set up something. You know, I don't know what their intent was, but they weren't really outside the gas station. They were in the building. And I'm standing outside in the gas station. I lit up a cigarette, and I'm standing next to the gas pumps, and I'm just sitting there smoking. And these Iraqis all stop rioting. And they're looking at, there was a riot when we got there, and they're looking at me, and they're going, Mr. Habik. They're calling me crazy because I'm smoking next to this gas pump, but it actually de-escalated the situation. I was surrounded by them, and we were having like our broken conversation with gangster kids, you know, just the the ones creating the riot. But after, and I had an interesting conversation with a police inspector who spoke a little bit of broken English. But there was one other thing that happened at the gas station. I was just observing these lines of cars, and I realized that one of them was moving in and out of the lanes trying to get more gas, and they were siphoning the gas from their gas tank into a tank that was in the trunk for like illegal uses to sell the gas later. So I get to this guy's car, and I'm like, open the trunk. And he's like, I'm not opening the trunk. And I basically put my rifle in his face, and I get him to open the trunk. And he's like, oh, I'm like, what's this? And he's like, oh, I'm going to sell it. And I'm like, no, you're not. This is what we're here to stop. So I basically take the gas tank, walk out into the street, flag down a van. A woman opens up the door, and I'm like, benzene, free benzene. And I don't know. It was just a wild time. Then Sergeant Major Collins showed up, and he was like, what the fuck are you guys doing here? We were never supposed to go out there at all. It's just interesting, stupid stories, man. We got so many of them, you know.
I want to talk. Well, we need to talk about Babylon before we wrap this up, because we're almost at the 3-hour mark. I definitely want to talk about this because we got to also talk about Sergeant Ski. And but this place is just unbelievable. And if you guys don't know what that is a palace, a Saddam Hussein's palace that he built that overlooks the ruins of Babylon. And Saddam had excavated the ruins of Babylon like down to the ground level. So literally, like, there's these buildings that are from like Jesus's time all the way down to street level that you can walk through and look into. And it's just like we were in charge of security for that place for a while. And it was just like the hair on your arms would stand straight up going through there. I mean, if you want to talk about haunted places, I have no doubt in my mind there's some spirits rolling around in that place.
If a place was to be haunted, it would be that place.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And during the day, it didn't even seem like there was that much vegetation. I know Doc was on the same side of the river that I was on. I don't know where everyone else was, but there was a small group of us on one side of the river. I don't recall if it was the east or west side, but it was the opposite side of the palace. And during the day, it seemed pretty open. You could look out pretty far out into the fields that surrounding the location that we were at. But once the sun set and the moon came out, it seemed like you couldn't see anything. It suddenly became so much thicker. And there was some sort of wild animal that kept coming into our position. And I recall everyone, I wish Doc was still on right now. Everyone kept calling it a cat dog.
I'm still here. I was just pissing. I just want you guys to hear me piss.
You remember?
Continue.
Do you remember the cat dog? Everyone said it was a cat dog. I don't know what it was.
Dude, finish your story, dude. I got a whole different one. It's scary as fuck, dude. It still haunts my dreams, man.
Well,
continue on.
Only time that I saw whatever this animal was, I was up on top of the rooftop position when we were at Babylon on the other side of the river.
Yeah, that little small building. I got extra pictures, actually. I'm gonna send them to Brent, dude, because my niece, I potentially gave them to her for some reason.
Yeah, you gave me shit one day because on top of that rooftop position, everyone was urinating in the corner. And I think you were up there with me one time, and I went in the corner and I go to the bathroom, relieving myself. And you flipped out. You're like, dude, that is not hygienic. And I'm everyone's doing it. You know, it's like everyone's doing it. It's fine, right? But we were up on top of the position, and I had my optics, and I heard some noise. I can't recall what it was.
Are you talking about the light in the sky? The light in the sky?
It wasn't a light in the sky. It was when everyone was talking about the cat dog. They kept calling it a cat dog. I don't know.
Yeah. The picture on the ruins of fucking Babylon, that cat dog thing. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
I looked through my optics at one point, and something had jumped the wall to get outside of our position. And that was the only time I saw whatever it was that they were talking about. But I'm curious to hear your story about that position because we were in the same location.
Yeah. Shit. Are we gonna? Yeah.
Do y'all want to talk about Sergeant Ski at all? Or?
Well, we're talking about Babylon, so I mean, eventually it's going to come up. So
yeah.
I mean, like I don't have to talk about this. Fucking If
I'm
we can,
well. I want to hear it, and then we'll definitely
okay.
Get
Well, it was you. It was Ramirez from Second Platoon. Fucking Jacqueline was there on that side of the bridge with us. It was Sergeant Hoffman. Sergeant Hoffman was the senior in charge. Avalos, remember Avalos from Machine Guns? He was there. Fuck, I got pictures. I can't remember who else was there, but I remember those.
first platoon.
There was some first and second. It was a mixture of dudes, but it
Yeah.
was. But anyways,
Weapon.
forgive me. There was some infantry dudes, but we had a 50 cal position that was placed on the road, but they wanted it moved caddy corner, so it wasn't just like facing the road, so it could still engage the road, but still be in a different position. And I remember it was dark as fuck. I could have been tired as fuck. We're like move the sandbag position. We're moving. Everybody's moving it around, during the day, and it starts to get night. The positions moved. We just got to move the sandbags and the fucking cami netting and shit. Well, I'm sitting on the sandbags. I'm tired, and I'm just sitting there. And I turn around and I look down beneath on the sandbags, and like something's looking up at me. It looks up at me. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like looking up at me like the cat dog that you're talking about, but it's just like I look down there, and it looks like there's somebody's just like on their hands and knees, and I'm like, who the fuck is this? And it looks like it just turns its head and looks at me, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it just like backs out like fast out of the fucking, because I'm on the edge of it, like where the gun, the 50 cal's shooting from. I'm on the edge of the you know what I mean? And it's like it backs out, and I'm like fucking terrified. I'm like, what the fuck? And like Sergeant Hoffman's like, shut the fuck up, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, dark, kind of like getting like it was like stand 2 like at night. You know what I'm saying? He's like, shut the fuck up. And I'm like, I just saw who's in there, and he's like, nobody's in there, you fucking dumb idiot. And I was like, I just saw something, and it just backed out. It like backed out. It was the craziest thing to me. Like I said, we were all sleep deprived at the time, and I was just like, I fucking ran towards fucking, like, it was probably you, Hoffman, fucking Ramirez, fucking Avalos. I ran towards everybody. I was just like, fuck it. I can't be here by myself anymore, because the thing looked at me and just backed out.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was enemies sneaking in on our position, because
dude, nobody moved. No human being moved like the way that thing moved.
Oh, so the cat dog, right?
Yeah, well, dude, it looked up at me, and I was like, what the fuck? Who are you? And it's just like out of it. And I walked around. I'm like, nothing came out of the back. And I'm like, yep, I'm running towards the Marines. Like, I'm fucking done.
I could definitely attest to the sleep deprivation. That was hard to get over.
It could have been that.
To get back to any kind of normal routine.
I saw people hallucinating out there. Everybody remembers Cox. There was one time where I was on post with Cox, and he started to fall asleep, and all of us that were roughly the same rank at that time, if one was like, all right, catch some sleep, if someone comes, I'll wake you up, vice versa, if I crash, and he's taking a little bit of a nap, and I'm like, all right, I'll let you sleep, I'm good right now. And he gets up and he leans over the building. This was when we were at the date factory. He leans over the building. He's like, Elja. And then he goes back to sleep.
One of the things at the pistol factory, after we started setting up there, after we cleaned it out, if you ever walk through there at night, you'd hear, the snoring and the usual stuff, but you'd also hear the talking in your sleep. And then you'd see the Marines that can't sleep over there, try to not go crazy because they can't sleep. And they just can't lay down. They just can't keep still. That was kind of a eerie walkthrough when you notice that, especially as a drill instructor, you walk through the barracks at night, and you're listening for the little sneaky crap. And when you walk through there, it was different because these were just men that were exhausted.
They're saying things out loud, very similar to as a recruit would, but a recruit at night saying something like "Aye, aye, sir" in their sleep, whereas Marines in a combat environment are saying things that they might say during the day, whether they're on a patrol. Or there was one Marine at one point standing by himself, and someone went up to him and said, "What are you doing?" And he says, "I'm standing in line to take a piss." And there was no line.
Yeah, sleepwalking. Yeah.
Just completely delusional. Here's a random side note. I don't know if you're aware of this, but now drill instructors wear camel packs. They don't wear the 2-quart canteen anymore.
They can't sling the 2-quart over their back anymore?
Now they have a camel pack, so they have their little straw, and it used to be the 2-quart canteen. Sorry, that was just a random little tidbit I wanted to throw out there for Sergeant Major Archibald.
Now, I was lucky enough to be a drill instructor as a sergeant. I went from Conaway Bay, Hawaii to San Diego, and I was a sergeant. I did 7 cycles. I did 4 as a junior drill instructor and 3 as a senior, 2 of those as a sergeant. So I did staff sergeant my last cycle.
I did the same thing. I picked up staff sergeant on the drill field my second J cycle.
Well, that's early. See, I had to change all my uniforms over just for that one cycle, and then PCS.
Now, I know you guys wanted to talk about Sergeant Ski. That was a big event when we were at Babylon.
He was second platoon, right?
No, he was first platoon, I think.
He was first platoon.
Yeah,
I was with first platoon during the beginning of the invasion, but then
I'm pretty sure he was
moved
second. I'm pretty sure he was second.
It might have been. I mean, I'd have to check the roster, but
Yeah.
to be for sure, I just know that morning, there to understand the importance of what Babylon was. It was the division headquarters. So 1st Marine Division headquarters, Blue Diamond headquarters, moved there, and we were assigned as the security company. So we had a platoon on the west side of the river and a platoon on the right side of the river, or the east side of the river. And then we had another platoon in the headquarters at the pistol factory located nearby. So we that morning, I was there at the headquarters. We were checking on the Marines, and at the headquarters there, and when I heard a loud, it sounded like a gunshot, but it was different. And then here comes a Humvee come rolling up with a Marine that had been prying apart a 30 millimeter inside the back of one of the armored Humvees.
I remember
that thing
this.
went off in his face, and he caught it in the neck and the face, and up here he had one eye gone, and he was his tongue. I remember because I was asking him, he couldn't tell me his name. I pulled his dog tags off, had a wrong social security number, but we were able to identify because he was from the Cat Platoon headquarters, 1-4. So he wasn't with the company. So we ended up pulling him in medical, got him medevaced and on the way. And then that's when another helo had come in and was loading up a CH-46. And it was loading up, and the pilots had taken off, but across the river where we're at, the Hilo River, was those large power towers, cable towers. And when that helo lifted off, he pulled out the wrong way and didn't get altitude fast enough, and he clipped the wires. And when that helo went down, it went down into the center of the river. So now you got a helo upside down in the center of the river. And just at that time, Sergeant Shchesky was coming back from meeting me in the CO, and he was on his way around, had gone the long way because you had to go down and cross the bridge and then over, back around, which was about maybe 3 miles total. And he was coming back around when he saw the helo hit the wires. His immediate response was to shed his gear and jump into the river, which was probably a good instinct, but the river was big and it was deep and it was fast. And he got sucked under. I mean, you see this guy, he's a stud, and he lived every bit of that. And he went under that undertow and never came back up. We had to, it spent us a couple of days to get the helo out and all that gear. And of course we lost him that day as well. That was a devastating loss.
He was a great individual. He was an outstanding leader. I had been attached to second platoon at some point during the deployment, coming from first, and I was going on post, and I talked to him earlier that day, and he was just like, "You need anything from the Bizarre Marine?" He was making an ice run. I didn't know he was talking to y'all, but in his process of doing things, he was talking to the platoon and looking out for us before that had happened. And I went on post on the Palace that was overlooking the river, and I saw the bird take off from the LZ and clip a wire and take a nosedive. Like, I saw all that happen. I had no idea he had responded to it until I had heard the story later. But he was an outstanding individual. Like that was, you know, a lot of people have a lot of good things to say about that guy just by the way he led.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we didn't have very many NCOs in our company because it was such a young company. And there were some NCOs that I could give two shits about. And to this day, I still hold as like examples of how not to be a freaking leader. But he was the epitome of a Marine NCO, bar none. And there's some of those guys that stick in my head from these days. And Parkinson was another one that we lost in OIF too. You know, you think of those guys, and they're just to this day they're still the epitome of a Marine NCO. What I think of
greatest brother you could ever have, to tell you the truth, no matter what. Be there with you to fight, or fucking, you know what I mean, like tell you that you're a dumbass idiot. You know what I mean, like 100%.
Well, and just like what Brent was saying too, he was a leader. Like you wanted to follow him. It wasn't because you had to. It was because you had this certain level of respect for him. And when he said something, you wanted to follow him because you trusted him. You understood his knowledge, his experience, and his dedication, and not just what we were doing, but to everyone who served underneath him. And you kind of felt that when you're around him. So he was the type of person that you want to follow. And that really what a leader really is someone you want to follow. I know, Doc, you were there too with the QRF force that went after the helicopter went down.
Who?
Doc was.
I can't even remember that, dude. I remember I might have. I don't think I was, honestly. I might have been the wrong corpsman, dude.
Really? I thought you were, because we were on the other side of the river and our entire
No. Okay, we're still talking about Sergeant Ski. My bad.
Yeah.
No, I was on the side of the river where, like, just like everybody was talking about how badass of a dude he was, and what happened. He just came to the side of the river where we were at. Where we were talking about the 50 cal excursion horror stories, and just we were essentially a listening post. We were an LP. You know what I'm saying? And he came to come feed us because you guys were getting hot chow over by the fucking the Babylon, you know, the what was it?
Palace.
The palace, yeah. You guys were getting hot chow, and he would come over and he'd bring it to us. You know what I mean? Like, not by himself. He had fucking, you know, like, you know, it was him in a fucking, what was it, a 5.56? No, what was it, a fucking 335 fucking Humvee, and then everybody else up armored fucking with fucking 50s and fucking marks. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then, yeah, so, and he'd bring us chow. And it was like, as soon as he came back, we were starting to go do a fucking patrol across the wall. If you guys remember, there was a wall on the other side. And then fucking all of a sudden they called us back, and it's like, there's something happened. You know what I mean? And we're like, what the fuck happened? You know what I mean? Like a fucking 46 fucking went into the water. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was a very bad day.
It was. Yeah, it was fucking horrible. And it's like,
well, yeah,
it's like we just talked to him. He'd come over there, like, you know, yeah, like I
That's literally because all three of us remember just talking to him. He is literally the man that was in all places at once.
Yeah.
You know, because I literally felt like I had just talked to him.
Yeah, before that happened, I'd smoked a cigarette with him. I was up on top of the rooftop post, and I tossed a cigarette down to him. And he said, he was making a joke. He's like, yeah, you want to pick up a lady? I don't recall exactly how it went, but this is what my memory is telling me. And he says, this is what you do. And he takes a cigarette, he puts it in his mouth, he pulls out a pack of matches, and he pulls one of the matches out, and he lights it with one hand. He lights a cigarette, puts it out, and he starts smoking. And I said, and then what, Sergeant? And he's like, that's fucking it. What else do you want?
Yeah. He literally just fucking served this chow, and then when he went back to the other side, what everybody's talking about is when it happened.
Mm-hmm. I know Downey good stories too about when we were back in the rear with him.
I got one more story. There was, if you guys don't mind,
for sure.
Dude, how badass of a dude that guy is. Like, when I first came to the battalion, and I got attached to Bravo, I had to go for a run, and I just came off a leave. So, and I'm in the Navy, so I'm like, I'm not trying to run my ass off. This dude's running for fucking like 4 miles. I'm dying. You know what I mean? So I fell out. You know what I mean? So he'd come back with the rest of the Marines, and he picked me up, blah, blah, blah. fast forward, we're fucking, at fucking, Babylon, and Cox, like we're walking up to the palace to go see the palace for the first time. Me and Cox and a bunch of other weapons guys, and Sergeant Ski's fucking taking us up there. He's the tour guide, and like Cox is falling out a couple of dudes, and I'm like trolling him. I'm being an asshole about it, right? And then fucking, what fucking Sergeant Ski does? He just turns around. He's like, "Hey Doc, you remember when you first got to the company?" I'm like, "Yes, Sergeant Major or Sergeant." And he's like, "Remember when you fell out like multiple times on that first run?" And I was like, "Roger that, Sergeant Major or Sergeant." And he's like, "Fuck," he's just put me right in my place. You know what I mean? He's just like, just put me right in my place. He didn't give a fuck.
I remember Staff
He was just like, "Fuck you." He's like, "These are my Marines. You're with me too. You're my corpsman. Let's be here together." I was like, "Damn, dude, just put me right in my place." And I loved it, dude. It's like I've never been put in my place better than that guy. Because it's like, damn, it's like, yeah, dude, you're right. Like I was a fucking piece of shit at first. You know what I mean? Now I'm not. But I mean, like, and then it's not my right to say that somebody else is a piece of shit. Fucking solid fucking dude, man. If that makes sense, if it makes it, it doesn't. I didn't say it properly, but
For sure. Dorenzo, you're about to say something too on that.
Just about running and performance and OIF 1. When we had gotten back to Kuwait and were preparing to fly back to the States, I don't know how I got back to 1st Platoon, but I was with Sergeant Major Collins, and or maybe he came to weapons, because it was a weapons platoon.
I think he was weapons first, yeah.
Or he was first for the beginning of the deployment, and then maybe he came to weapons. But he took us on a run, and I can run. When I was back then, I could probably run around a 6:30-minute mile, and I know what that pace is like. That's what I was running when I was doing PFTs at that age. And he took the platoon on a run for maybe 5 miles where we were moving at that clip. And the crazy thing is only like one guy fell out, and I'm not going to say his name, but he's the old man of the platoon. And, but it was just interesting. We were physically fit, capable, young individuals coming off a deployment and being a $130 and just moving like gazelle,
Yeah, I want to share that story that Nate was alluding to earlier, and it's pre-deployment, right? And we get into our barracks room, and Nate and I are roommates, and these barracks at the time there'd be 2 rooms, and then you'd have like a Jack and Jill head that connected the 2 rooms, so you literally had to share a head with the room next to you, and the doors were connected. So like picture a U. Well, anyways, Nate and I being boots, we're in the head, and the room next to us was occupied by a bunch of NCOs, corporals and sergeants. Sergeant Ski was one of them. And one of them walks in, I think it was Sergeant Ski. He's like, "Hey, one of you two have a cigarette?" And I didn't smoke, but Nate did. And he's like, "Nate, we're boot as fuck." Nate's like, "Yeah, I got a cigarette." He's like, "What are you going to give me for it?" And he's like, "What do you want? You like freaking money?" And Nate's like, "No, I was thinking some push-ups or something." So at that point, being Sergeant Ski, and it was different times.
I've got a sergeant about a sergeant. I'm sorry.
He starts to, grapple Nate. Well, me being buddies with Nate, I jump in. That's just what you did. And the next thing you know, like the flood of NCOs in that other room come jumping in. And it's just like 6 NCOs with Sergeant Ski versus Nate and I. We're getting our asses kicked, but we're fighting hard because that's the way things were. But that was just a good story with him, man. He was just
yeah, that was amazing. And I think at that moment in time, we may have earned his respect, but he certainly earned my respect for sure. And then after that, we went out on the balcony and smoked a cigarette, and he was giving us advice from the perspective of a sergeant and us being new boots. And I always liked that when someone who was of a higher rank would talk to you at your level to explain how things were, instead of putting on, their hat a little bit too tight because their head has blown up. He seemed at the level because I think, he knew he was good, but he didn't have to try to show it in a way of being someone who's trying to dominate the new guys who came in, but rather bringing them in as being part of the team. I don't remember who the corporal was in that room, but he also gave me a great introduction to the fleet because prior to that, I was getting my ass kicked left and right by everyone, being the shitbag that I was not having a good time. And it was my first night there. I'm in the room, and whoever the corporal was, I don't remember what his name was, but he knocked on the door. I opened it. He came in and he had 3 beers in his hand. And he said, "Hey, man, 1 beer is good. 2's better. 3 will give you a buzz. Welcome to the fleet." Like, this guy, awesome. And I had a lot of respect for him, too. I think sometimes the guys who were a little bit less mature thought they had that big ego, and that would get in the way of the training process. But the guys who were straight up with me, I had way more respect for them and wanted to listen to them and follow their guidance way more because they didn't have that ego overshadowing what they were trying to do. But that was a great story, man. Wrestling around with them and then going out on the patio and having that cigarette. What a great fucking guy.
Yeah, I mean, there really was a good core NCOs that, I mean, we broke it down shotgun style from the beginning on leadership, and it went on from there. I mean, I think, there was a few oddballs in there, but there is in every family, right?
Have you all discussed Sergeant Major Hamby at all?
No, we haven't.
He was a character. He had actually gotten out of the Marine Corps and then had to fight to get back in so he could deploy with us for the invasion. And I just remember thinking as a boot, like, this is a Marine, But there was one time during the invasion, I don't know where, we were digging fighting holes, and he walks up to me and he goes, "You like Copenhagen, Marine?" No, I was like, "No, not really, Sergeant Major. I'm good." And he's like, "I don't know if I trust a Marine who doesn't dip Copenhagen." So I was like, okay, I'm taking some Copenhagen from Sergeant Major. But he was just a character. And I imagine he would have conversations like that with lots.
Is that fucking Bonehead in there too?
Hey, what's up, Bonehead?
Bonehead, dude, you fucking monster. Holy shit. You look pretty.
Where you been this whole time? You're coming to the end of the episode. I think his video may have froze.
Oh yeah, it did. His connection went down to like nothing.
Dude, that's the perfect picture right there. mount that shit on your wall.
There's your 1 beer, 2 beer, 3 beer.
Sergeant Ski.
Hey, I'm gonna have to check out here because I got Chaos 6. Even though I'm retired, she's not. So I'm gonna close it down for the evening. I appreciate the invite, and it has been awesome seeing your faces and hearing some of your stories. Because some of the stuff, like I said, even though we went through the same events, it was all from a different perspective.
Absolutely.
So you tell me things I didn't know, and I thought I knew a lot.
Semper Fidelis, devil. Kill.
Appreciate you, Arch.
All right. Have faith. Don't lose faith.
Hey, great seeing you, Sergeant Major.
Yeah. Great time, Sergeant Major.
Thank you very much.
Likewise. Have a good night. Semper Fidelis.
Always a favorite. See you later.
Bonehead, what's happening, brother?
What's up, man?
How you been?
I've been good. Hey, how you doing?
You're coming in to the end of the episode, but as you probably talking about OIF1, fill us in on any crazy stories that you have.
Hold on a second first.
Oh man, I want to know.
I'm gonna blow your kiss, devil.
I want to know about the. Here's some coconut for you, motherfuckers.
Oh, okay. I've got that was the day we crossed the we did that amphibious assault on that compound. I was with 1st Platoon at the time, and we had crossed the river and we had dismounted the tracks, and we're moving in a echelon. I don't even know, a column. No, it's a column, right? Somebody correct me. We're Marines.
We were online.
Like a wedge, maybe.
So
No, we were
we're going
online.
down a
We were
road.
online.
We're going down a road in the tracks, and I was actually on Airwatch at the time, and I heard the tracker say BMP's in the tree line. BMP's in the tree line. Like I knew what a freaking BMP was. All of a sudden, the ramps dropped, and we're just like running off. We're getting online. Dudes are dropping M203s, AT4s, salt minerals,
Everything.
SMOS.
It was Montgomery and Randy, or Montgomery and Randall. Randall dropped a grenade in a BMP, and right before he did it, he said, "Here are some coconuts for you, mother monkeys." And it's a line from a movie, Blood In, Blood Out, I think. I didn't know that at the time, but it was classic.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing about that is, so when we had salted this tree line, right, from pretty far away. We were probably like 300-400 meters away. Dudes are fire team rushing, and we're just like fucking up this tree line. When we get there, and there's literally T-55s, BMPs, like there was a lot of enemy armor in this tree line. There was Cobras overhead. They never even saw them. And I remember seeing like a fire pit, and like the fire was smoldering. They were just there. The thing is they saw our AVs coming down the road, and they like assumed
they ran. They still got lit up by LAV though.
Yeah, well, they took off. But I mean, if they had stayed and manned their positions, it would have been a bad day. I'm not saying we wouldn't have came out on top, but we would have took a lot of casualties.
Well, I remember seeing I had gotten to the limit of advance for that compound, and there was a hill going down, and there were bodies, like dozens of Iraqi soldiers that were uniformed, just laying in this field. And an LAR had crossed the bridge and set up an outer cordon, or an inner cordon, I guess, for the enemy position, and they were just running from us. And so there's going to be an LAR guy forever saying that he was under attack by dozens of Iraqis, but they were really just running from us, and he smoked them all.
Can we all take a moment and acknowledge the fact that Motivated Bonilla wrote his name as Bonehead?
You're wrong.
We were talking. Sorry, go ahead, Bonilla.
It's a funny story. Like I didn't know my name as when I was in the Marine Corps. Everybody called me Bonehead. I come home and be like, people be like Jose, people be like Bonilla, and I wouldn't know my name because everybody information. Everybody be like Shomer, Downing, Castellano, this and that, and it comes to me, it'd be like Bonehead.
Mongo would call you that.
Wait, who?
Yeah, Mongo.
How did you?
Everybody like Bonehead. That'll be my name. The whole my whole military career, Bonehead. After
Bonehead, but who started that?
Albright.
Oh, did he?
Albright. Yeah, Albright. Like so during the in Afghanistan, not Afghanistan, but like during the pre-deployment into
you're talking about Kuwait?
Kuwait. During the Kuwait, he was like Bonilla, like he was like, nah, that's too long. We need to call you something better. And he was like, your name's Bonilla. He's like, all right, your name's Bonehead,
It takes time to say either one.
It's like the same amount of like.
Yeah, it was, but he didn't like Bonilla.
Well, it's like to say BRB, right? It's the same to say be right back, BRB. There's no reason for it.
But he didn't like it. So
hey, real quick, I think this picture is from that tree line. I don't know for sure, but I think it is.
Yes, that. What's crazy is so I was in the same squad as Montgomery and Randall, and I was off to their left flank, and I remember clearly seeing Montgomery and Randall climb on top of this BMP, and they can't get the hatch open at first, and then they figure it out, and so Randall opens the hatch, or I'm sorry, Montgomery opens the hatch, and Randall pulls out a grenade, lets the spoon fly. Here's some coconuts for you, monkeys. throws it in, and as he's jumping off, this BMP goes up, and it was like a rocket afterburner coming through this hatch, because of all the munitions that were inside the BMP. And Lieutenant Cuomo comes by, and he was like, "Who the fuck did that?" And nobody rogered up. It was hilarious. But Randall and Montgomery barely got off this BMP before it went up. It was awesome.
There was something that came up earlier, and I want to bring the attention on to Adam. I want to know what you did when you left the Marine Corps, because I know you continue to pursue your career in the military. You just retired recently. I got to hear it.
Yeah, I think we should save that for another discussion.
Classified information, folks. Classified information.
It's a story, I guess, but no, man, it's about us boys in 2003. I don't want to bore you guys with all the other shit. Man, another time, I'm down to get into it. Certainly, I think I was going to talk to Brent. I think about a year, and the short is I was actually supposed to retire about a year and a half ago. So it'll be an interesting story. Yeah, and frankly, it'll be a national news story.
I was thinking about this is about the invasion, but really what this is, I think more is the camaraderie that we all built.
Yeah.
And being able to continue and talk stories, not just about that invasion, but that invasion is partially what started this camaraderie. And said it earlier that we're able to start, I'm so grateful that Brent put this together. I'm loving this right now, man. I don't get to hang out with you guys on a regular basis. So to be able to sit down,
because you're too ugly to fucking show your face on the fucking picture.
I've got
dude.
something.
That's why you're too ugly. We figured it out.
I've got something to talk to y'all about. Have you all ever seen Vet TV?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I fucking hate it.
It's
That's
funny.
why you're a sailor. Squid.
No,
you're wrong.
It's funny though. It reminds me of you retards.
No, but it's done in the most inappropriate way.
Sure.
This guy talks about being irreverent towards the military. He was a captain in the Marine
Okay,
Corps.
well, let's make our own.
Let's make our own.
All right, I'm not going to argue with that. Fucking calm down.
No, but I've got a plan. I've got a plan. I just secured the YouTube channel.
How many bullet points do you have on your fucking thing though?
How many what?
Bullet points on your PowerPoint?
8.
All right. Can we do that on another day?
Yeah, well,
okay.
Adam,
all right. Semper Fidelis, bitch.
Hey, real quick. This is how barracks fights begin. This is how drunk Marines get in fights in the barracks. So
okay, let's go back to the invasion. Since Bonehead just joined us, Bonilla, dude, what are some stories that stick out in your mind from the invasion? Ones that you tell family and friends about that you could share that you remember?
So what I remember mostly, not mostly, but one of the things that is like so minute and so like insignificant is the first time that I saw everybody without their gear on after like the first 3 weeks. And I was like, whoa, you guys look so skinny. Like everybody lost so much weight. We all lost so much weight. I remember Cassiano coming up to me, to my track, and he was like, hey, he was like, Bonehead, or, he said Bonilla. He was like, and, Albright was like, no, his name's Bonehead, right? But, like, I looked at Cassiano, and I was like, God damn, you're skinny as hell. So, like, and then, like, everybody took off we took off all of our gear off. And I remember everybody looking so skinny. And that was like one thing in my head, that we all lost so much weight, man. We lost so much weight within the 2 weeks, 3 weeks that we went through that.
Yeah, that was during, we were talking about that earlier, how our supply there was an issue with the supply, and we were only getting 1 MRE a day, and we were talking about that at the very beginning, and then Brent was bringing up what were those yellow MREs, the humanitarian ones? Yeah, we all lost. I think we got it back pretty quickly, though.
We did after we came back, but it was.
Are there any like combat situations that you can think of that you remember?
I got a funny story why he's trying to think. This involves Bonehead and I. So Bonehead, you think of something, but so Bonehead, this is in Babylon. We're at the PX, right? The
PX.
the Marine, some other unit brought this like mobile PX into the Babylon, and you guys remember that? It was like a quad con, and you could go in there and like pick up just minute stuff. Well, there was a female Marine in there, and we hadn't seen female Marines like damn near the whole. I think the last female Marine we saw was like during the push. Like a 5-ton or 7-ton truck drove by, and there were some female like soldiers or something on it. That was like the only ones we saw. What's that?
I was going to say 5-ton female Marine.
Yeah. No, but so anyways, we haven't seen female Marines at all, right? Females in general, American females, and so we're at the PX, and we see a female Marine. She was, I mean, she seemed fairly attractive at the time, but you know, that's subjective.
Sure.
But, so anyways, we're like, oh my God, there's a woman. So like we can't help but stare. It's like it's almost like being at the zoo, right? And all of a sudden we kind of notice like she keeps looking at us. And so we're like, oh God, man, she's checking us out, dude. She's checking us out. And she keeps kind of like trying to do her work, and then she'll like peek over and look at us, and then go back to work, and then peek over and look at us. And we're like, oh, dude, she's totally into us. And then all of a sudden she starts walking towards us, and we're like, oh man, she's coming over to talk to us. And she gets up to us, and she's like, can I ask you guys a question? And Bonehead and I are like looking at each other like, oh, here it is, here it is. And she goes, why are you guys so dirty? Because we're still wearing the same camis we wore during the invasion. And dude, it was just like,
Yeah, and I think me and you were like telling like who she gonna want, right? She wants you, she wants me.
Permanent. She was like, "Yo, why you guys so dirty?"
Yeah,
I've got a story like that. We were at the pistol factory, and I was going to go take a shower, and y'all remember the showers the engineers had built with that massive pond behind it?
Yeah.
So as I'm going to take a shower, there are Marines with a hacksaw cutting into a pipe, and they aren't engineers. They're Marines that thought the showers were down, and they were taking it upon themselves to fix it. So I all of a sudden get wrapped into this scheme to fix the showers, and I'm feeling super uncomfortable. But they're like, hey, we can't get tools from other Marines. Go to PsyOps and see if you can get some tools so we can fix this thing. So I'm just wearing skivvy shorts and flip-flops, and I go over to the PsyOps area, and there's this one Army female soldier in PT gear, and she's giving me like the come here attitude. And she's like, no, there's nobody here. You can wait here with me if you want, but they won't be back for like an hour. They're on patrol. And I had this rager, and I'm in skivvy shorts, and I'm sitting there talking over my shoulder. Like I was engaged at the time, so I didn't entertain it. Not that I was always that faithful later, but at the time I was like, I can't do this. But it was just crazy. I'm sitting there with a rager talking over my shoulder to her like, oh, whenever they come back, maybe I'll see about that then. But yeah, never seeing females, your body functions act up.
Switch subjects real quick. Where were we when we did the attack at the college and they played Let the Bodies Hit the Floor? Was that OIF 1 or OIF?
That was 2.
That was 2. That was 2.
Was that 2?
Dorenzo, you were there at 2?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I think
I was with
2.
I don't remember what platoon I was with in OIF.
You were second with Dan, but
Shit.
Oh, okay.
Conversation for another year from now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Man, that was a wild night. That's one of the ones that really stick in my head. Some of the
dude, I got a picture of Swarzy, dude, looking so pissed off when I took a picture. Like the most pissed off I've ever seen him ever.
Does anyone know what happened to Schwartz? It was Schwartz that shot Martinez.
Marty in the fucking neck. God damn it. Here's I got a quick question. Yeah, dude. God damn you fuckers. Anyways, why do I got this red writing above my head?
Say what?
There's some like red writing above my head.
That's just my channel logo here.
Oh, okay.
Does that make you happy?
No, okay, yeah. Bonehead has it. It's better. Sweet.
It's not as right on
my
head.
my bad. My bad. I was just like, what the fuck, dude? Are these Guys fucking making me hold something that I don't want.
Did you go and take care of Martinez when that happened? Were you there for that?
I was there when it happened, fucking, but at the same time, fucking, yeah, dude, that was crazy, dude. Dude, Schwartz was fucking, dude. I remembered his name 2 weeks ago. I was like, fuck. I wish I remembered his name last time I talked to fucking Brent, but it's like,
Schwartz?
yeah, he shot fucking Marty in the neck, and it fucking passed right through all of his fucking vitals in his neck.
Yeah. Marty is a lucky motherfucker.
Right, dude.
That shows how careless sometimes people can get when they're doing the same thing over and over again. And I was on post with Schwartz one time where he was messing around and he took one of the flares. And you know how you take the cap off, you put it on the bottom and you hit it in order to
to fire it off. Yeah, you gotta tap it. Yeah.
He hit it at me and he hit the bottom, but he didn't hit it hard enough for it to go off. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
That's when was that before or after Marty?
That was before Martinez.
You should have fucking pounded that guy's head in, dude, because that guy was like on a road,
right?
Yeah,
we were friends.
I get it.
But then what happened with Martinez? I guess Martinez was joking with him, and he kept saying like, "Oh, our relief is coming. Our relief is coming." And at that point, all the weapons were supposed to be in condition 3. And for whatever reason, someone had left that rifle on post. I mean, we weren't leaving weapons on post, right? We were taking our own weapons, right?
Right. Yeah.
So it and his weapon that was left in condition 1. And so he unseated the magazine, aimed it right at Martinez. And when Martinez turned around, he pulled the trigger and it went off.
Here's the caveat to that, dude. If Marty would have been, like, I fucking hate to say this, if Mighty Mouse ever hears this and he wants to punch me to death, he can do it. But it was the fact that he was shorter. He was shorter. Yeah. Like, dude, I know everybody's laughing. The fact that he was shorter, it fucking passed right through his fucking, like, past his trachea, his carotid artery, you know what I mean? And it, like, right out his neck. And it was just like, it still caused fucking trauma because fucking, you know.
Well, Mighty Mouse is the perfect nickname because he ended up calling in his own relief.
Yeah.
Because I think off and he ran to go get help, and Marty got on comm and
that's right. That's right.
I'm can you guys come and pull me out?
Yeah. Well, at the same time, dude, like fucking when we came back to America, fucking I remember him beating Cox's ass. He beat up Cox.
For what?
Because Cox was like, dude, I'm not the one that got shot in the neck, and like my fucking Martinez fucking just started beating the shit out of him in front of me and Lee's and everybody. We're like, what the fuck's happening? It's like Cox said something he wasn't supposed to say, and he was kicking his ass, and I was like, all right, dude. He's like, I got shot in the neck, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like Cox was talking shit to him, and I was just like, holy fuck. But the fact, Schwartz, god damn, dude, he was a machine gunner. God damn.
Yeah, well,
whatever happened to that piece of shit?
I don't know what happened to him. He went to the bridge.
He got court-martialed. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
like so they called back our CEO and our whole chain of command had to testify at the court-martial, and it was a few years like by the time like that part came about, and like Captain Gomez couldn't remember like general orders and weapons conditions and stuff at the court-martial. It was like
Captain Gomez couldn't remember that, dude. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, it was a
I'm
big deal.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna mute my mic because I'm fucking retarded. I'm a corpsman and I fucking know those things. My bad.
Yeah, it was bad because he was like, but he wasn't like not that he wasn't killing him, or he progressed in his career outside of that. But it was I remember hearing that the defense was able to like almost get him off. It's like, hey, their leadership doesn't even know like weapons conditions, general orders. How do you expect their junior guys to? It was really unfortunate how they did that, and I think it ended up hurting some of our leadership's careers.
I remember going on post every fucking day, and before going on post, reciting all of my general orders with a bottle of piss next to my head. Y'all remember that?
Dude, I wish Friedman was still here because he would tell that story.
Yeah, they drank it to protest.
Yeah.
I thought that was Stu.
The Polish at the pistol factory?
At the pistol factory.
I've missed. I don't even know what this story is. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I want to hear it.
story because heat casualties were a big deal. I mean, the temp was, I don't know how hot it was. I remember telling people when we had first left that it was 140, but I don't think it was that hot, but it certainly felt like it was that hot.
On the top of the building, I had a little tiny stopwatch thing that I was using to jump rope on the top of the building. So it was on like a tar on the top of a building, but it like really fried out at 132.
Jeez.
I was on post with Redinger. He went down with 108 degrees.
Dude, that's exactly what I told Brent in the fucking video I talked to him with Rediger. I remember him so much, dude, because he fucking lost his mind. You were on post with him?
Yeah.
You were on post with him?
Yeah, I was on
because
post.
I climbed up there, dude, and I'm like, we need to get him the fuck down now, immediately now. And everybody's like, what the fuck? I'm like, as soon as they got him in the BAS, dude, he had like 80 bags of ice on him with IVs.
Yeah.
Like the dude was, I was like, there was like, okay, well, why didn't you tell us before? I was like, motherfucker, I called it in. Marines were telling me to come. I climbed up there. We had to pull him out of the fucking. It was the tower. You remember? We pulled him out.
Corporal Begay was the COG, and I was on post with Redinger, and we had just come off of the ECP, the main ECP post where it was full gear, and it was me and Redinger on that post for like a week straight at noon. And then we had gotten rotated to an Overwatch post, and we had been downgraded to LBVs. But I think that time on post for that week royally fucked him up in the long run. And he went down, and he wasn't seizuring yet. I unbuttoned his clothes, threw some water on him. I got on the radio. I called for the COG.
I was the first one there. I was the first one there, dude. Like corpsman wise, anyways. My bad.
Yeah, Corporal Begay showed up, and then we were kind of laughing at him, to be completely honest. We were assholes. And then he started seizuring, and we were like, uh-oh, this is serious. And we called for a corpsman.
Yeah.
He
was an entirely different person after the fact that we fucking...
Oh, yeah.
He was, like, his mind was completely different.
Yeah,
he was a different human being.
Yeah, he was. I remember that. He was just changed. Like, something in his mind never came back.
And that's what triggered everyone having to do that with bringing their urine to make sure that people were hydrated before they went out on patrol, because we were still out in full combat gear with the temperature that high. And I think at that time at the pistol factory, there was only that one room that had AC, and that's where the TV was in the back around the corner. We all remember.
TV, where the fuck were you watching TV?
I was in there too. Dude. We watched fucking what's her name? Fucking Beyonce.
I watched
Beyonce fucking swinging her ass, dude. We watched that shit.
But yeah,
I remember watching Polish porn in 2004 at the because we had cable and like it was European channels and they put like pornography on the channels.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to go back to how hot it was because we look at other times.
We're also still talking about 200003 fucking Lorenzo, dude. Calm down.
I got you.
We just came off of fucking Rediger's fucking heat casualty scenario.
Yeah.
Can we keep it within the same system? Jesus.
You look in like the Chosen Reservoir, right? They had to deal with the extreme cold, which is obviously they went through way more extreme stuff than we had to. But looking at how hot it was, I mean, who else made oatmeal? Taking the canteen, now you have boiling water, make tea, coffee, oatmeal, whatever you want. That's how insanely hot it was. And that's something I haven't experienced outside of being in Iraq. I don't know if any of you have, not even at 29 Palms or anywhere else, at least not in the States.
I don't like I don't like drinking hot water at all, ever.
I want to add, I've got a shoebox of like pictures from OAF and 1 and OF2, and I'm just pulling out. I got an envelope called HILA, so I'm just gonna be holding up some pictures. They're not scanned while you guys are talking.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm gonna hold up pictures. You guys can keep talking. I'm just saying.
No, I'll look at Brent awkwardly.
Yeah, we want to make sure that you fucking have the greatest pictures.
That's the Pistol Factory, right?
Is that the Pistol Factory?
I think so.
Yeah, that's the entrance.
Let me see that again. Wow, that's wild. It's not how I do.
Brent, where are you, by the way? Are you in like a fallout chamber? Like you in a safe spot right now?
What do you mean?
It looks like you're in like a fallout shelter to like retake over the world after the apocalypse.
No,
That's his.
I'm at my bar actually.
That's his bathroom.
I remember.
Oh, here's the Polish.
Oh, I had a great time working with them.
So this guy, see that really tall guy, see the sniper rifle at the bottom?
Yes.
So Nate and I gotta tell the story. Nate and I are on post, right? And these two dudes come up there. The other guy had a PK machine gun, and the other dude had a sniper rifle, right? And like, you always hear the Polish jokes, like, oh, they're stupid or whatever. That's the joke, right? Yeah. So anyways, they're up there with us, and these guys know like partial English, like broken English. Like we don't know any Polish, but they know some English, right? So that's your indicator right there that they're not stupid, right? So we're like kind of talking to them, and all of a sudden the big tall dude with the sniper rifle goes to the back side of the building, and he starts like glassing like inside the fob that we have. And we're like looking back at him like, what the hell is this dude doing? Like the enemy, if there is enemy, they're going to be out there, not inside our fob. Why is he pointing a sniper rifle inside? So and like you can see he's like manipulating his optic and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? So then he looks over his shoulder at me and he's like, come here. And so I go over there and he's like, look. He's like telling me to look in his sniper rifle, right? So I get down, I like look through this sniper rifle, and he like, increases the magnification, and all of a sudden it zooms in perfectly on these two Lithuanian girls that are walking to a shower trailer. And, I smirk and stuff. I look at him and he looks at me. He's like, good. Yes. Nate, tell your story about Superman with those guys.
Oh, those guys were right. I don't know if I can tell it as good as I used to. There was a couple. I know there was one. We were talking about this a little earlier where, your buddy might fall asleep on post, but everybody was so sleep deprived that you would take the hit. You'd just sit there, wake them up if you need to, and they would do the same thing for you so you can catch up on sleep. And we were on one of the positions at the pistol factory, and it was me and one of the Polish troops, and he had fallen asleep, but I messed up because I didn't wake him up when one of his higher ups came around the corner. This guy comes around the corner and I see him and it's too late for me to wake him up. And I'm thinking to myself, fuck, man, I just totally buddy fucked this guy. And the higher up in the Polish military looks at me and he goes, and then he walks up to the guy and then he scares him. And the guy wakes up and they start laughing together. And I'm thinking, are you out of your mind? If this was us, we would have been turtle fucked what they were talking about earlier, Kevlar on Kevlar, nailing on top of your head. You're going to be chewed out. They just laughed it up. The guy left and I'm like, that's it. He's like, yeah, we're good. The story that Brent's talking about is, as he said, like they had pretty decent English considering that wasn't their primary language. And we spoke no Polish. And he's telling me a story he's telling me a joke about Superman. You know what? I don't even fully remember it, so I'm going to mess it up. I'm not even going to tell the story. I'm not going to do it justice. You still have some of the money from then.
I have like 10 of those. Are they worth anything?
Have you guys seen the?
They're not.
Have you guys seen the documentary?
Are they worth more than $1?
No.
All right, cool.
I actually looked the other day. It's about the same exchange rate as when we left. So I know a lot of guys were like, I think I invested about $5
right?
at the time. It's still worth about $500.
It doesn't matter. I think I gave it to my nieces and nephews. Like, yeah, we killed this guy's whole empire. That's exactly, I think, what I told them.
Have you guys seen the documentary, How to Be a Tyrant?
No.
It's on Netflix. I'd highly recommend it. They have an entire episode on Saddam Hussein. You'll learn some very interesting things about him.
Yeah, I actually have seen that. I apologize, Nate. Yeah, it is pretty decent.
It's a great that's
Avalon.
Yeah.
So
where is that at, dude?
Yeah, love that one.
That's the post at Babylon.
That's a 249, isn't it?
Yeah, that was at Babylon. There's a post right next to the Chow Hall.
That's a 249.
Yeah, the Chow Hall
that's
post.
That's a 249 though.
Yeah, we had that weapon was assigned to that post.
Yeah, I got you, dude. At least I knew the weapon though, motherfucker. I love you.
Hey, Brent,
bad.
I got a jet, my man. Your 2 hours turned into 4 hours real quick.
Yeah, we should probably wrap this up, fellas.
Yeah.
No, man, I don't want to kill the fun. I'm just saying I got a jet, but I don't want to
No,
stop the party train.
Adam, you killed it. It's dude, it's
Yeah.
done because of you. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Way to ruin the 20th.
Is there gonna be a
Wow.
fucking, replay of this? 'Cause I'd like to watch the entirety.
Yeah. As soon as it gets done, it gets processed and it's already uploaded to YouTube. So
And Brent, when could I meet you again and put out the big story?
whenever you want, man. Just let me know and we'll work it out.
Well,
Yeah,
what we really need to do is we need to get together at in person, just like they do the Najaf Cemetery battle reunion. I know some of you guys have probably been to that.
Do
But
they
we-
do that? Do they do that?
Like-
No. Is that a
Yeah, in Vegas,
Really?
Well,
the 10-year reunion.
they do the hike over at Camp Horno.
for
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
the Najaf attack?
The 15, you hike up that hill with the cross way up at the top.
Yeah, no, that was for the invasion, I thought.
No, well, we were doing it for Najaf Cemetery.
No, dude, I'm down to do it with you guys fucking forever, man. I signed up with you motherfuckers. I'm gonna be with you till I'm dead.
Well, hey, Adam's got a jet. So, Adam, if you want to say some last words, man, before you pop smoke, go ahead.
I just want to thank you all for your time. I look forward to catching up. And Brent, I appreciate the opportunity to break bread with the Brotherhood tonight, and looking forward to coming out, hanging out with your family, and giving the in-depth story of what's been going on the last 15 years.
I'm
Okay.
looking
Love it,
forward
dude.
It's been awesome talking with you again, man. Reconnecting.
Always with you
Later,
all.
boys.
Always with
Later,
you
brother.
all, man. Love.
Yeah,
Swayze
kidding
out.
though, the time went by fast, man. I can't believe it's already almost 9 p.m. here.
That's early as hell.
That's late.
Yeah, what do you got? It's what is it? 10 p.m. for like Texans now?
Yeah.
11.
11.
Oh, so you're on the same time I'm at, man. Shit.
Durango, you still in Colorado?
No, I'm in Oklahoma now.
Oh my god, that's like
Bonehead?
fake Texas. Fake Texas.
Yeah, Bonehead, I'm smoking my own rolled cigarette. If you're gonna smoke, I'm smoking.
All right, fellas. Well, I'm gonna go around the horn. You guys just have final thoughts, and then we're gonna pop smoke on this, okay? So, Nate, I'll give you the con first, man. You got it.
Sounds good, man. This has been excellent. I've enjoyed this greatly. I think it's really cool that we had Sergeant Major Archibald, and the fact that he took notes of the entire journey. I know if any one of us were to go at this point in our life, just being older, more mature, we all probably would have done the same thing to take those notes. I wish I did it at that time. And, often when we look back at historical events, they show the big picture. If we're studying any of the wars throughout American history, whether it's the Revolutionary War, Civil War, World War I, we always see the big picture, and not too often do they tell the individual story of the troop, the private first class, the one that's in the dirt, crawling through the mud, getting into the fights. And those are the stories that I think people often need to hear. So sitting down and talking to you guys and hearing these different stories, it's been a blast of the past for me. I always love it, and I'm looking forward to hanging out with you guys in person and being able to toast to the things that we've been able to do and the things that we'll continue to do.
In 20 more years, we can continue to tell these stories, just like fucking WW1 and 2s, man.
Absolutely.
Plug your YouTube channel.
Say what?
Plug your YouTube channel. So these
Nate
guys
Stomer, that's it. It's dog training. So if you want
to you're still, that's what I was saying, man. My bad, dude. I'm not trying to be in your ear, dude. It's like, I'm glad you're still doing what you're doing, dude.
Yeah.
Nathan, Shomer, dude. Fucking keep them dogs alive, dude. Love it. No, that's cool as fuck, man. I'll get out of your hair, man. That's cool as shit.
You're up, Doc. Final thoughts.
Absolutely. Just to be able to, Micah, a few other people like left. You had them all before. Just to talk to you guys is the greatest blessing on planet Earth, man. It is to me, man. Like what do you want me to say about the war? Or I think just the camaraderie of talking to you guys is like Shomer said, is fucking, this is better than sliced bread, man. Like nothing can ever take this away.
Hurrah.
And
yeah, likewise.
Right. This is it's like I fucking, the fact that Dorenzo's here, my God, I haven't talked to this guy in for eternity. I talk to Conky and Lee's every once in a while. You know what I mean? Like, I think everybody just needs to fucking just like they said, fucking have a fucking reunion and just be like, fuck it. Who cares? Let's just get smashed, party, or let's do something good, you know? That wasn't the greatest thing that you probably wanted to hear at the end of it. But no. I'm just fucking yammering now, man, because I'm talking to my brothers, dude, and I can fucking say whatever the fuck I want to them. And that's the best part of it.
Hell yeah.
I'm glad that fucking your guys' lives are fucking festuous. And I love you guys.
Hey, we love you, brother.
Likewise.
Get my number, fucking, if you ever have to fucking talk to me, fucking just randomly, fucking just hit me up, dude. If I can't hit you up right back, fucking I'll get back to you. I'm always there with you, man. United States Navy. Remember that. You guys mutinied from us. I'm just saying that.
Whatever you say, Squid.
Always there, babies. Love you guys.
Love you, dog. Kill. I gotta keep it down. There's people trying to sleep.
You're up, man. Your final thoughts.
I really appreciate you including me on this, Brent. You know, it's been 20 years since we started our descent into manhood, and I'm wondering where life's going to take me, but I know that it's been an interesting ride, and I'm grateful for it, and I'm grateful for all of you. And I'm gonna try and do things here in the near future to continue to support the vet community, and maybe we could talk about that later, Brent. But you know, I don't. That's all I got.
Yeah, it's my turn, huh?
Say something good. Say something good.
Well, man, it's been 20 years since we first started this journey. I mean, I remember from the beginning when they said, like, at Hulu, I think they said 1800 Hulu, bombs were going to start falling on Baghdad, and we're going to start pushing into Iraq. And I looked them, I think it was 1700 Hulu. And I looked at my watch, it was 1700 Hulu, and I was like, damn, the fucking Navy's fucking good at this fucking shit. But yeah, 1700 Hulu in 2003, bombs started falling, and we started our journey into what is Iraq, you know? And I'm glad I had this journey with you guys, man, and the other people that were not in this chat, but we did a lot, man, and we come a long way from that, and we did a lot after that. So that's it, man. It's like, I'm glad I spent it with you guys, man. And glad to call you my brothers, man.
Likewise, brother.
All right.
Bonehead.
Same.
Thanks for not telling the story about me on post, bro.
All right, so I'm just gonna final thoughts, and then I'm gonna open it back up, and then we're gonna call it quits. But I appreciate everybody jumping on tonight. I know we've had dudes in and out, and really thankful that those guys were able to come on here. Obviously, you know, when you're talking about a company in Marine, you're talking of like almost 200 Marines, and the fact that, you know, I could at least scrounge up this amount of guys. Obviously, can't have everybody on here, but I tried to reach out to dudes in certain MOSs and just good buddies to, you know, get a good representation of the guys that we went down range with. So this was 2003. Iraq invasion was literally the start of our journey. You know, we came back from 03, and we were back in the States for like 6 months before we were spinning up to go back right over there in 2004. So that's another time, another conversation. I guess another 4-hour stream in a year or two. So
I got to say one more thing, buddy. Fucking always with you, motherfuckers, man. Forever.
Likewise.
Semper
Yeah,
Fi, man.
Next one, I'm looking forward to being part of that as well. I mean, I know this was 4 hours, but to me it flew by. This was awesome. I really appreciate you putting this on, Brent.
Yeah.
For real,
yeah,
for real though, in real life, if you fucking need me, fucking in fucking this fucking arena, same. It doesn't matter, man. If you call upon me and if I can, I will be there for you.
Better.
All right,
Phil?
fellas. We are popping smoke. I appreciate everybody tuning in, and it's been a good one. And 20 years have come and gone. Until the next time.
Yeah.
Fight out and keep fighting a good fight.